The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and gallery, please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from the Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Word of the day, Representative Frank, is rest. Anyone tired? Felt it was appropriate, and actually a member mentioned that to me, and I thought I would pray for rest for you all, especially this weekend that is multiplied and we come back refreshed. We're going to have long nights and weekends and everything else coming up. It's going to be one long day from here out. I feel we need rest, and I know it affects everything, affects our relationships and our emotions and everything. So let me pray for rest. Heavenly Father, first, we do thank you that you give us the strength to work through every day. You teach us that rest is holy. It's a blessing from you, woven into the fabric of creation. It's a gift from you from the seventh day when you rested after creation to the invitation of your Son Jesus, who says, "Come to me, all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." You call us to rest not as weakness, but as renewal, not as retreat, but as readiness for the work ahead. So I ask that you bless this house with rhythms of work and rest that reflect your design. I pray not only for rest for each individual here, but multiplied rest upon them. For every hour they grab for rest this weekend, grant them refreshment of 2. In the midst of long floor sessions and committee hearings and heavy responsibilities and the weight of leadership, grant these members moments of stillness and remind them that true rest is not only the pause from our labor, but the peace that's found in trusting you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Denise Villalobos of Nueces County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Please join me in the pledges of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas
Flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Ms. Holt because of an illness in the family on motion of Mr. Little. Please excuse Representative Campos because of important business in the district on motion of Representative Ordaz. Please excuse Representative LaHood because of important business in the district on motion of Representative McQueenie. Please excuse Mr. McLaughlin because of important business in the district on motion of Representative Morgan. Please excuse Representative Martinez Fisher because of important business in the district on motion of Representative Lopez of Bear. Please excuse Representative Schatzline because of important family event on motion of Representative Toth. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Armanda Mohammed Straight from Rowlett as the Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day. The clerk will read the following signed in the presence of the House.
HB number 135, HCR number 35, HCR number 64, HCR number 123, and HCR number 124.
Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral bills until the end of the calendar. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session pursuant to their committee postings or recess motions. For purposes of this motion, committees and subcommittees scheduled to meet or reconvene today upon final adjournment or recess or during bill referral, if permission is granted, are authorized to convene upon adoption by the House of today's adjournment motion.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Higher Education to meet while the House is in session today at 10 a.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Higher Education will meet today at 10 a.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to recommit SB 17 to the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Where is Ms. Noble? Is it? We'll find out.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence to meet while the House is in session today at 11 a.m. in room 3W9 to consider pending referral and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following announcement, the chair recognizes Ms. Button for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development to meet while the House is in session today at 11 a.m. in room 1W14 Agricultural Museum to consider pending referral and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence will meet today at 11 a.m. in room 3W.9 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development will meet today at 11 a.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to recommit House Bill 4211 to the Committee on State Affairs.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial resolutions. The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Dallas for a motion. I'm sorry, Mr. Jones of Dallas for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up H.R. 1023.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 1023 by Jones of Dallas in memory of Christian Birable.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones to explain the resolution.
Good morning, members. I rise today to take up this resolution in honor of the life of Christian Birable, who was an esteemed neuroscientist with the University of Texas Southwestern and also the father of former House District 100 State Representative Lorraine Birable. He passed on March 3rd, 2025 at the age of 69. He was a great man that I actually had an opportunity to meet several times. And what was true was his love for his daughter and his pride for her and her work that she did to serve House District 100. I rise in memory and send condolences to the family, former State Representative Lorraine Birable, her husband Joseph, and their two kids, Natalia and Nathaniel, and all who mourn his passing. Thank you so much, everyone, and I move passage.
Members, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Ms. Garcia moves to add all members' names. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Plessa for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today, I rise to honor a deeply meaningful occasion, International Bereaved Mother's Day, observed the first Sunday of
It's 10:30, and I can read that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to suspend the rules to recognize H.R. number 1033.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 1033 by Plessa, recognizing May 4th, 2025 as International Bereaved Mother's Day.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plessa to explain the resolution.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today I rise to honor a deeply meaningful occasion, International Bereaved Mother's Day, observed on the first Sunday of May. This day serves as a reminder of the profound loss experienced by mothers who have lost a child, whether through miscarriage, stillbirth, infant death, or other heartbreaking circumstances. It is a day dedicated to acknowledging their grief and providing them with the support and understanding they need. Moreover, this day also recognizes women who face challenges in infertility, those who yearn to be mothers but are unable to do so due to medical reasons. Their journey is no less valid, filled with their own heartaches and unfulfilled dreams. On this day, we stand in solidarity with them, offering our compassion and support. Let us remember that bereaved mothers are mothers forever. They might not have held their children in their hands for long, but they will hold them in their hearts forever. To all the mothers who have endured this heartache, know that you are seen, you are loved, and you will always be mothers. Thank you for joining me today in honoring these remarkable mothers and families across Texas. Let's create a legacy of love, support, and remembrance for them. I move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider the vote by which SCR 27 was adopted.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Members, SCR 27 is back before the House. The chair recognizes Ms. Flores for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone the motion until till Tuesday, 10 a.m., May the 6th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Members, we have one more resolution before we go on the calendar. The chair recognizes Ms. Ward Johnson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all the necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 877.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 877 by Reynolds, recognizing May 2nd, 2025 as Urban League Advocates Day at the state capitol.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ward Johnson to explain the resolution.
Members, I am honored to present this resolution celebrating May 2nd as Urban League Advocates Day here at the state capitol. I would like to welcome all the incredible members who are in the gallery. Welcome to your state capitol. Founded in 1910, the National Urban League was founded to assist African Americans who migrated from the rural South find jobs, housing, and education during the Great Migration. Today, the National Urban League operates as a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization with over 90 local affiliates, including affiliates in Austin, Houston, and Dallas-Fort Worth area. The National Urban League exemplifies their mission to defend democracy, demand diversity, and defeat poverty by protecting the interests of those who have chronically been dismissed and marginalized throughout our nation's history. Let's take this moment to thank the members of the National Urban League for their selfless contributions and tireless advocacy for their communities. Their hard work does not go unnoticed.
The chair recognizes Ms. Cole for recognition.
Thank you. The Urban League, I will emphasize, members, is a nonpartisan organization, and they have been at this for many, many years. I just spoke to them, and I emphasized that we have worked as a body across party lines on both affordable housing and workforce development. I expect that they will be visiting your office on those issues and many election and criminal justice issues. Please welcome them to the Texas Capitol as we have done.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris.
So welcome, 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 Urban League. How interesting is it that last weekend, the Urban League in Houston had an event at the Texans YMCA, which happens to be in House District 147, and it was a block party, and they had services needed by historically disadvantaged groups. You're constantly working. I also know that the Urban League on a regular has health fairs, because as we know, certain health ailments affect people who don't have money disproportionately, and it's a negative effect. And so I just want to thank the Urban League for doing what they do all day, every day. I especially want to thank the young people who are part of the Urban League, because they are, I guess, the future leaders. So thank you for coming to your state capitol. And the truth is, I'm not surprised that you're here, because you always pay attention to what's important to historically disadvantaged groups. And you know that this place in this town that we call Austin is a place where changes are made for Texans. So thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Simmons.
Good morning, Urban League, especially our Houston family. Thank you so much for coming and visiting us at your state capitol. I appreciate all of the work you do, especially with our youth. My son is a member of the high school group, and he's been exposed to so many opportunities through your work and efforts. So thank you again.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins.
I too want to recognize the Urban League for all the good work you've done and will continue to do, and want this House to recognize how important your efforts are here, not only just in Texas, but in America. Thank you for coming to your house, the House of Representatives. Thank you for being here.
Ms. Ward Johnson to close on the resolution.
I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Ms. Cole moves to add all members' names. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1520. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1520 by Kitzman, relating to the Angelina and Neches River Authority, following recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, specifying grounds for the removal of a member of the Board of Directors.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, members. House Bill 1520, the Angelina and Neches River Authority Sunset Bill. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1520. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Show Mr. Louderback voting aye. Show Ms. Morales-Shaw voting aye. Have all voted. There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1520 is finally passed.
The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1545. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1545 by Bella Kaufman, relating to the sunset review process and certain governmental entities subject to that process.
Mr. Bell of Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1545 is the sunset schedule bill. Each session, this is done to make clear which agencies the legislature will review during the interim. Keep in mind the balance necessary for sunset's resources and workload. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. Kitzman voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 137 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 1545 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5265. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 5265 by Wilson, relating to the Healthcare Professional Education Fund.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 5265 creates the Texas Healthcare Workforce Education to help fix the healthcare workforce shortages in our great state and keep up with ever-growing demand. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? 119 ayes and 16 nays. House Bill 5265 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1887. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 1887 by Metcalf, relating to birth records of adopted persons, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1887 allows requests a non-certified copy of adoptee's original birth certificate. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell.
You're good.
Have all members voted? 136 ayes and 2 nays. House Bill 1887 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1914. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1914 by Cook, relating to the modification of a possession order and temporary possession of a child when a conservator of the child is incapacitated.
Chair goes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1914 reduces unnecessary litigation and helps reduce litigation costs when one parent is unavailable. We'll move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 135 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 1914 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2402. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2402 by Rose, relating to the determination of fees, charges, and rates for certain benefits under Medicaid.
Chair goes Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2402 increases access to prescription drugs for all Texans without increasing Medicaid spending. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 110 ayes and 26 nays. House Bill 2402 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2306. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2306 by Villalobos, relating to changing the eligibility for release on parole of certain inmates serving sentences for trafficking offenses involving child victims and disabled individuals.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos.
In Texas, criminals who traffic our kids should serve their full sentence. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Dutton voting aye. 138 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2306 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2350. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2350 by Dutton, relating to standing in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship.
Chair is Mr. Dutton.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is the bill that clears up standing in suits affecting the parent-child relationship, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 140 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2350 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3000. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3000 by King, relating to a grant program to provide financial assistance to qualified ambulance service providers in certain rural counties.
Chair goes Mr. Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3000 creates a grant program to help rural counties purchase new ambulances. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 124 ayes, 13 nays. House Bill 3000 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3237. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3237 by Turner, relating to certain energy consumption goals for institutions of higher education and certain governmental entities.
Chair has Mr. Turner.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Darby, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I'd be happy to yield.
The
Chairman
gentleman
Turner,
yields.
Your bill takes an existing energy use reporting requirement for certain public entities and continues that reporting requirement for another 5 years. Is that true?
Yes, Chairman Darby, absolutely. That's what this bill does. This is the program that we've had on the books now for several years, and we're simply extending. It was set to expire in 2026. We're extending it out to 2031 to help our state agencies and colleges and universities save some energy and save some money.
But this only impacts public entity buildings, is that correct?
Absolutely. There's zero private sector impact. This only affects state office buildings, universities, and other public buildings.
Okay. Has this reporting requirement been a success?
Well, Mr. Darby, it has. As we heard in the Committee in State Affairs, I'll just give you one example. Texas A&M Commerce in East Texas, their energy reporting has supported a variety of improvements across their campus. And some of those efforts include things like upgrade to building automation systems, automatic lights that turn off when rooms aren't in use, HVAC controls, sub-metering, and improvements to heating and cooling. So this policy has really help to have public entities save some energy, in the process save money, and then be able to use those funds for other purposes. And ultimately, it's about saving taxpayers money. And as a fellow State Affairs member, you know we're always talking about how we make our grid more resilient. A lot of that is increasing generation, but part of it is we gotta figure out how to reduce some usage when possible. That's what this bill does.
This is a good bill. Thank you for bringing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being a joint author on this bill. I very much appreciate it. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? (94 ayes, 46 nays). House Bill 3237 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3326. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3326 by Allen, relating to certain duties of a public institution of higher education in relation to the Federal Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program.
Chair goes Dr. Allen.
Mr. Speaker and members, this bill is a simple bill. The bill will allow adjunct professors in higher education to be adequately accredited for the hours they work and spending time in the classroom. Adjunct professors specifically are having a difficult time qualifying for public loan, service loans, and forgiveness loans. While other professors do not have this have to jump this hurdle, the legislature can fix this problem with no cost to the state. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 69 ayes and 70 nays, verification's been requested. Verification is granted. Members, please take your seats. Members, a verification has been requested. A verification has been granted. Please take your seats. There are no excuses being made at this time. The clerk will proceed to call those members voting nay.
Alders.
Members, please take your seats.
Ashby. Barry. Bella Montgomery. Bella Kaufman. Bonin. Buckley. Bumgarner. Button. Kane. Canales. Canales.
Is Mr. Canales on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Capriglione. Cook. Craddock. Cunningham. Curry. Dean. De Ayala. DeRazio. Dyson, Fairley, Fairley,
Is Ms. Fairley on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Frank, Gates, Gerties, Harless, Harris, Harris Davila, Harrison, Hayes, Hefner, Hickland, Hopper, Hull, Isaac, Kerwin, Landgraf, Leach, Leo Wilson, Little, Louderback, Lowe, Lozano, Luther, McQueenie, Metcalf, Meyer, Money, Morgan, Noble, Olcott, Oliverson, Patterson, Paul, Phelan, Pearson, Richardson, Schoolcraft, Schaffner, Slauson, Smithy, Spiller, Swanson, Tepper, Tinderholt, Toth, Choxclair, Choxclair,
Is Ms. Troxclair on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Basut, Villalobos, Verdell, Wharton. That's all the names.
The clerk will proceed to call the names of those members voting aye.
Allen, Anchia, Bernal, Bojani, Bowers, Bryant, Busey, Cole, Collier, Collier,
Is Ms. Collier on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Cortez, Darby, A. Davis of Dallas, Dutton, Flores, Gomez, Garcia of Bear, Garcia of Dallas, Garcia Hernandez, Guerin, Gervin Hawkins, Gonzalez of Dallas, Gonzalez of El Paso, Goodwin, Guerra, Guillen, Hernandez, Hinojosa, Howard, Hunter, Johnson, Jones of Harris, Jones of Dallas, King, Kitzman, Lalani, Lambert, Longoria, Lopez of Bear. Oh no, Lopez of Cameron. Lujan. Manuel. Martinez. Meza. Moody. Morales of Harris.
Is Ms. Morales on the follow of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Morales of Maverick. Morales Shaw. Munoz. Munoz.
Mr. Munoz on the floor of the House. Temporarily strike his name.
Ordaz. Perez of Harris. Perez of El Paso. Plessa. Raymond. Rodriguez Ramos. Romero. Rose. Rosenthal. Schofield. Shaheen. Simmons. Talarico. Thompson. Turner. Van Dever. Bo. Wale. Ward Johnson. Wilson. Wu. Zwiener.
Is Mr. Canales on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Is Ms. Fairley on the floor of the House? Verify Ms. Fairley. Is Ms. Troxclair on the floor of the House? Verify Ms. Troxclair. Is Ms. Collier on the floor of the House? Strike her name. Is Ms. Morales on the floor of the House? Strike her name. Is Mr. Munoz on the floor of the House? Strike his name. The following members have informed the chairs that their machines malfunction. Representatives Harris and Buckley voted aye, but were shown voting nay. Show them voting aye. The following members were present in the chamber, but their machines failed to register. Show Representative Yvonne Davis voting aye. There being 69 ayes and 67 nays, House Bill 3326 is finally passed. Members, please excuse Representative Sergio Munoz because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Rodriguez Ramos. Please excuse Ms. Collier because of important business on motion of Ms. Howard. Please excuse Ms. Christina Morales of Harris because of important business on motion of Mr. Martinez. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3211. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3211 by Dean, relating to the participation of optometrists and therapeutic optometrists in managed care plans providing vision benefits.
Chair has Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill allows Texans to choose the eye doctor that they want to see. We do have an amendment.
The following third reading amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, yesterday, Chairman Dean allowed us to vote on an amendment he supported that we believe looks at the heart of some issues going on with our private optometrists and their ability to make a living to serve the underprivileged children of Texas. After evaluating the impact of that amendment, Chairman Dean and I realized that sort of gets out the scope of his highly negotiated bill, and he has a good bill for optometry in rural Texas, and I certainly don't want to do anything to disrupt that. We're going to have discussions about what's important for our independent providers of optometry in the interim. I appreciate the support from him, and I would move adoption of this amendment.
Dr. Buckley sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Dean on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 135 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3211 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1056. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1056 by D'Orazio, relating to the issuance of gold and silver specie and the establishment of a currency based on gold and silver, authorizing a fee.
Chair has Mr. D'Orazio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this legislation makes gold and silver legal tender and authorizes the comptroller to create a program using existing technology. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. D'Orazio voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes and 45 nays, House Bill 1056 finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Canales because of important business on motion of Mr. Manuel. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2081. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2081 by Busey, relating to the establishment of the Building Better Futures program to support educational and occupational skills, training opportunities, and support services for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities at public and private institutions of higher education.
Chair goes Mr. Busey.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill that will enable all Texans to build a better future and live the Texas dream. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Busey voting aye. Skirvin Hawkins voting aye. Have all members voted? 106 ayes, 27 nays. House Bill 2081 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2187. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2187 by Howard relating to hospital staffing report processes and to the retaliation and mandatory overtime protections for nurses providing administrative penalties.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2187 ensures HHSC has authority if the nurse staffing law is violated. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 134 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2187 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3092. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3092 by Gerdes relating to a certificate of public convenience and necessity to construct an electric transmission line.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This moves the CC and exemption threshold from 3 to 5 miles. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 135 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3092 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3308. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 3308 by Guerin relating to charitable raffles conducted by the professional sports team charitable foundations of rodeo organizations sanctioned by certain professional associations or hosting a professional rodeo event at rodeo venues.
Chair recognizes Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 3308 just adds professional rodeos to the charitable raffle. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 103 ayes and 31 nays. House Bill 3308 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3526. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 3526 by Capriglione relating to fiscal transparency for bonds issued by local governmental entities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 3526 promotes greater government transparency and accountability. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 131 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 3526 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3750. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3750 by Manuel relating to reimbursing certain Department of Family Protective Services employees for certain legal expenses.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill for giving reimbursement to employees from DFPS. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3750 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4219. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4219 by Capriglione relating to a governmental body's response to a request for public information.
Chair has Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 4219 ensures that government bodies respond promptly to public information requests. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 4219 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4230. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 4230 by Metcalf relating to the establishment of a hike and bike trail to be known as the Bicentennial Trail.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this establishes the Bicentennial Trail. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 117 ayes and 19 nays. House Bill 4230 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4290. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4290 by Darby relating to a qualifying cogenerator that serves a large load in a coalesced desalination facility.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply relates to desalination cogeneration. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 4290 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5238. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5238 by Lopez Bear relating to the criminal offense of disrupting a meeting or procession.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 5238 modernizes the section of law relating to the disruption of a meeting to include the disruption of a virtual meeting. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 134 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 5238 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4804. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4804 by Hefner, relating to the revocation of a driver's license and to the disqualification from operating a commercial motor vehicle.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill relating to the revocation of a driver's license for terrorism conviction. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 4804 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4749. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4749 by Landgraf, relating to reconstitution of the jury wheel and juror qualifications in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill relates to the utilization of jury wheels in certain counties. As Mr. Leach said yesterday, vote your districts, members.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 135 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 4749 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 245. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 245 by Wilson, relating to the treatment of military service credit in the Employees Retirement System of Texas as law enforcement or custodial officer service.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as stated, 245 allows eligible members of the Employees Retirement System to apply military service credit towards their law enforcement service time. I have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Chair has Mr. Wilson on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, this amendment simply entitles the bill the Tom Gary Act in memory of Tom Gary. Move adoption.
Mr. Wilson sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Wilson on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 245 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1465. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1465 by Hicklin, relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of invasive visual recording and the applicability of sex offender registration requirements to that offense.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hickland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am so grateful for your unanimous support yesterday. This is for Kaylee, for Leah, and for the countless victims of invasive visual recordings. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bill. Have all members voted? 136 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 1465 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 294. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 294 by Cortez, relating to the regulation by a municipality or property owners association of food production on single-family residential lots.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 294 is a personal gardens bill for residents. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 6 nays. House Bill 294 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 793. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 793 by Thompson, relating to the confidentiality of certain personal information of an applicant for or a person protected by a protective order.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this gives the court the right to hold vital information for persons who are looking to get protective orders. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 134 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 793 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 809. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 809 by Thompson, relating to the execution of a waiver of citation by digitized signature in a suit for the dissolution of a marriage.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this allows us to use digital signatures. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 110 ayes and 24 nays. House Bill 809 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Shaheen to attend a meeting of the Committee on Higher Ed. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3928. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3928 by Thompson, relating to providing notice of a vehicle towed to a vehicle storage facility by publication on a third-party internet website.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this allows a vehicle storage facility to provide an alternative notice on the website for approved by TDLR. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 132 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 3928 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 334. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 334 by Ordaz, relating to the establishment of a county employee family leave pool program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that allows counties to voluntarily create a shared family leave pool. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 131 ayes and 3 nays. House Bill 334 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2037. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2037 by Darby, relating to repairs made pursuant to a tenant's notice of intent to repair and the refund of a tenant's security deposit.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply modernizes outdated landlord-tenant statutes, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 126 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 2037 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1973. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1973 by Cook, relating to proof of the identity of a child's parent in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1973 strengthens safeguards in suits affecting parent-child relationships by requiring petitioners to submit a certified copy of the birth certificate and move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 1973 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 285. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 285 by Ordaz, relating to the prosecution of the offense of cruelty to non-livestock animals.
Chair, this is Ms. Ordaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with a full heart that I move final passage of Poncho's Law. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes and 5 nays, House Bill 285 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4341. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4341 by McLaughlin, relating to critical infrastructure facility emergency response maps and the critical infrastructure emergency response map grant program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4341 will make sure our first responders have the information they need when every second counts. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 135 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 4341 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1043. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1043 by Bojani, relating to a study by the General Land Office on the establishment and implementation by the General Land Office of a distributed ledger-based title registry pilot program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is designed to reduce fraud in the real estate industry, and it will set up a test in 2 counties that will be overseen by the state agencies. I appreciate all the support, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Bojani voting aye. Mr. Curry voting aye. Have all members voted? 113 ayes and 20 nays. House Bill 1053 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1234. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1234 by Guillen, relating to certain procedures required for the denial of certain applications for a license to carry a handgun.
Chair has Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this ensures fairness and transparency in the handgun license application process. Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 118 ayes and 11 nays. House Bill 1234 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1193. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1193 by manual relating to the confidentiality of certain information on a marriage license, an application for a marriage license, and a declaration of informal marriage.
Chair guys, Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This just allows people who have informal marriages to keep their information confidential like we already do for non-formal marriages. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, read the bill. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Vasut voting aye. 119 ayes and 13 nays. House Bill 1193 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1729. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1729 by Vasut relating to a limitation on the number of terms a person may serve as a commissioner of Port Freeport.
Mr. Vasut.
That's exactly what the bill does. Move passage.
Question occurs final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 131 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1792 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2498. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2498 by Leach relating to the consequences of a criminal conviction on a person's eligibility for an occupational license.
Chair recognizes Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about second chances and jobs for deserving Texans. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 131 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2498 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1314. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1314 by Hicklin relating to price estimates and billing requirements for certain healthcare facilities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hickland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about price transparency on elective medical procedures prior to the procedure. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1314 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1353. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1353 by Guillen relating to international cooperation agreements between certain state agencies in the United Mexican States and funding for infrastructure investment in this state, providing authority for certain agencies to issue bonds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows the TCEQ and the PUC to partner with NADBank to support critical water infrastructure projects along the border. Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 85 ayes, 49 nays. House Bill 1353 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3960. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3960 by Paul relating to the effect of certain misrepresentations on certain insurance policies.
Chair guys, Mr. Paul.
Fixes insurance issue. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 122 ayes, 9 nays. House Bill 3960 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3923. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3923 by Bella Kaufman relating to state employment opportunities for individuals who do not hold a bachelor's degree.
Chair guys, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3923 removes unnecessary four-year degree requirements for appropriate government positions by shifting toward a skills-based hiring model. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? 131 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 3923 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2221. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2221 by Hull relating to certain trade practices related to life insurance, annuity contracts, and accident and health coverage.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows life insurance to offer loss control measures without filing a new policy. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 132 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2221 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2517. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2517 by Barry relating to the applicability of premium and maintenance taxes to Texas Windstorm Insurance Association and Texas Fair Plan Association.
Chair recognizes Mr. Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, no more TWIA taxes.
Mr. Smithy, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yield for questions.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Now, Mr. Berry, let me ask you, so all of us in here, all of our constituents who buy homeowners insurance pay premium taxes, right?
That's correct.
And how much is the premium tax?
1.6%.
1.6% of the premium, correct?
Correct.
And where does that money go?
TDI.
It goes for the maintenance and operation of TDI, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, how much total money are we talking about here that we're going to take away from TDI by virtue of this, of eliminating this tax?
$27 million over the biennium.
Okay. So where does the $27 million, where is it going to come from?
It's gonna stay with TWIA.
No, I mean, where the $27 million that's now going to operate TDI, where are they going to get their money to operate?
I'm not advised, but TWIA was or TDI was neutral on the bill.
Well, they're going to have to either cut their operations by $27 million or go to some other source of revenue. Will you agree with that?
Yeah, we can agree with that, but you know, ultimately TWIA is an organization that reports directly to TDI, and the TDI commissioner has final say on whether or not they have any premium increases over the years.
Well, that's true with any insurer, correct?
Yes.
So my question to you is, all of us have constituents who are paying way too much for homeowners insurance. And so if we were to eliminate the premium tax for all of our constituents, that would be good. But the question is, why are we just doing it for a small segment of the state? Because it looks to me like the rest of the ratepayers are going to have to make up the balance at some point.
I don't think so. I don't see it that way necessarily. I mean, we have the opportunity to take a state agency, a nonprofit organization like TWIA, and allow for rate reductions. And that could ultimately go back into the pockets of the policyholders. Similar to what you're asking here is allowing your constituents and policyholders to reduce their actual premiums. We have that capability to do that with TWIA because it's a state organization, and the other insurance companies are actually third-party companies.
Well, we have the ability to reduce the tax or to eliminate the tax on all of our constituents. And so my question is, why are we just doing that on a few policies around the state? We could actually save our policyholders at least a little over 1% of their premium, which isn't much, but it would help if we would simply eliminate the premium tax, correct?
We could necessarily do that. We could absolutely do it if we so choose as a body.
Mr. Phelan, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Mr. Berry, is it true?
For questions.
Thank you. Is it true that if you say TWIA 3 times, Todd Hunter magically appears?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes and 18 nays, House Bill 2517 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2518. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2518 by Berry, relating to the use of installment premium payment plans on Texas Windstorm Insurance Association policies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill eliminates the interest on payments on TWIA policies. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 120 ayes, 15 nays. House Bill 2518 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2213. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2213 by Johnson, relating to the composition of the Board of Directors of the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association.
Chair has Ms. Johnson.
Regarding TWIA board eligibility, and I have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Metcalf.
Chair has Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to take you back to 2021 whenever we had Winter Storm Uri. At that time, it was brought to our attention that several board members of ERCOT were not residents of the state of Texas, but they're making decisions based on information that affect every one of us. So this summer, serving on state affairs, we had an interim hearing, and TDI came to the hearing, and it was brought to our attention that same thing is happening with TWIA. And so this amendment simply adds actively write or sell windstorm or hail insurance, but also adds that they need to be a resident of the great state of Texas. I move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption of the amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Ms. Johnson on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Hunter voting aye. There being 120 ayes and 15 nays, House Bill 2213 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5092. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5092 by Tepper, relating to the operation and dissolution of the Lubbock-Reese Redevelopment Authority and to agreements between Texas Tech University and the authority.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the restructuring of the board of the old Reese Air Force Base in Lubbock. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Jones voting Dallas, voting aye. Have all members voted? 114 ayes and 21 nays. House Bill 5092 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3748. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3748 by Manuel, relating to reimbursing employees of the Department of Family and Protective Services for loss of or damage to personal property.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This allows DFPS workers to be reimbursed for properties that is damaged while they're performing their duties. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 110 ayes and 21 nays. House Bill 3748 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5246. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5246 by Bonin, relating to the administration, powers, and duties of the Texas Space Commission, the Texas Aerospace Research and Space Economy Consortium, and other governmental entities and institutions regarding aerospace, aviation, and space exploration initiatives, and to the abolishment of the Spaceport Trust Fund.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This updates the statute concerning the Space Commission and Consortium and also allows the Commission to enter into intergovernmental agreements with NASA and the Department of Defense. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 123 ayes and 8 nays. House Bill 5246 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4344. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4344 by Hernandez, relating to access to and use of criminal history record information by the Public Utility Commission of Texas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would allow the PUC to conduct background checks on employees and contractors who have access to sensitive information. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 130 ayes and 5 nays. House Bill 4344 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1482. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1482 by Leo Wilson, relating to changing the eligibility for community supervision and parole for certain repeat intoxication offenders.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to thank Chairman Harless for his help in getting this bill to the floor, his amazing staff, in particular Tony, his clerk, for diligently behind the scenes ensuring that every part of this bill was correct. I'm grateful to Mr. Moody and Mr. Cook as well for their perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Have you filed an amendment? Have you filed it over here?
It was yesterday. Okay. Yes, I thought I said that. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 119 ayes and 12 nays. House Bill 1482 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4044. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4044 by Meyer, relating to certain expenditures by public institutions of higher education and university systems that are eligible for certain tax credits.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4044 reauthorizes participation in the Texas Historic Tax Credit Program. I move passage.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes and 24 nays, House Bill 4044 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2702. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2702 by Raymond, relating to prohibiting certain limitations on the operation of certain organizations that benefit veterans during a declared state of disaster.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows veterans VFW posts to stay open during pandemics. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 137 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2702 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4264. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4264 by Hefner, relating to creation of a grant program for certain peace officers who hold a Master Proficiency Certificate.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that would give Master Peace Officers a one-time stipend. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 115 ayes and 17 nays. House Bill 4264 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2807. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2807 by Rose, relating to the statewide Intellectual and Developmental Disability Coordinating Council.
Chair has Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2807 helps us better serve Texans with IDD by improving agency coordination and increasing efficiency. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 95 ayes, 39 nays. House Bill 2807 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2898. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2898 by Frank, relating to requirements for certain meteorological evaluation towers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill ensures early notification of the construction of meteorological towers to protect our state's aviation military bases. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 129 ayes and 8 nays. House Bill 2898 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3181. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3181 by Dutton, relating to the enforcement of a court order for possession of or access to a child and related order modifications.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ward Johnson.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this was Dutton's bill from yesterday. House Bill 3181 relating to the enforcement of a court order for possession of or access to.
Will the gentlelady yield?
For what purpose? Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
I yield for
The
questions.
gentlelady yields for questions.
Thank you. And Ms. Johnson, I apologize. I've been looking for Chairman Dutton. There's Chairman Dutton right in there. So, can we temporarily move this bill? Give me a chance to talk to Chairman Dutton.
Mr. Cook, come on down front. Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3181 until the end of today's third reading calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. Motion's adopted. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3250. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3250 by Darby, relating to the regulation of real estate appraisers and appraisal management companies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply supports workforce growth in the appraisal industry, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 104 ayes and 28 nays. House Bill 3250 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2091. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2091 by Martinez, relating to the provision of financial assistance by the Texas Water Development Board for certain projects.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is important for flood infrastructure in the Rio Grande Valley, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? 106 ayes and 27 nays. House Bill 2091 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2115. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2115 by Ashby, relating to the Rural Sheriff's Office, Rural Constable's Office, and Rural Prosecutor's Office Salary Assistance Grant Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill we passed yesterday support our rural law enforcement personnel. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 122 ayes and 13 nays, House Bill 2115 is finally passed. Please excuse members of the Criminal Jurisprudence Committee to attend a meeting of the committee. On motion of Mr. Guillen, is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Natural Resources to meet while the House is in session today at 12:30 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Landgraf for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission to the Committee on Environmental Regulation to meet while the House is in session today at 12 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 12 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Natural Resources will meet today at 12:30 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Environmental Regulation will meet today at 12 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2542. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2542 by Kitzman, relating to the establishment of a work group to study and make recommendations on certain services needed by individuals with an intellectual or developmental disability.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this bill will bring in a sharper focus on issues needed by individuals with intellectual and developmental disability. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2542. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye. Show Mr. Jones voting aye. You've all voted. There being 103 ayes, 18 nays, House Bill 2542 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2768. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2768 by Capriglione, relating to the development of a state information technology apprenticeship credential offered by public junior colleges or public technical institutes to address shortages in the state information resources workforce.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2768 establishes a state information technology apprenticeship to address shortages in the state information resources workforce. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage without a GO amendment on House Bill 2768. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all voted. There being 122 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 2768 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3349. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3349 by Tepper, relating to the Events Trust Fund and to abolishing the Pan American Games Trust Fund, Olympic Games Trust Fund, and Motorsports Racing Trust Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill essentially reconstitutes the Events Trust Fund so that most of our counties can use it. And we did a little cleaning up while we were in there. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3349. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. There being 94 ayes, 28 nays, House Bill 3349 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4406. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4406 by Phelan, relating to the reporting of direct campaign expenditures by certain persons and political committees.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This just requires that we disclose both for and against indirect expenditures. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4406. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 94 ayes, 27 nays, House Bill 4406 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1593. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1593 by Campos, relating to an advisory committee to study suicide prevention and peer support programs in fire departments in this state.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Bear to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1593 will allow us to study suicide and to help come up with a plan of prevention for our fire departments. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1593. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Garcia of Bear voting aye. Well voted. There being 121 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 1593 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1899. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1899 by Longoria, relating to the required age for a public fireworks display permit.
The chair recognizes Mr. Longoria to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1899 lowers the age from 21 to 18 for a pyrotechnic operator's license and display permit. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1899. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Longoria voting aye. You've all voted. There being 121 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 1899 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3133. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3133 by Bojani, relating to user reports of explicit deepfake material on social media platforms.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill addresses the growing concerns about the misuse of deepfake technology and ensures that social media platforms take timely action when users report explicit deepfakes that falsely portray someone in a sexual context. I want to thank the body for the support yesterday, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3133. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bojani voting aye. All voted. There being 122 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3133 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4960. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4960 by Phelan, relating to political advertising distributed or broadcast as part of a mass text message campaign and civil penalties for required disclosures on certain political advertising.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will require a disclosure on campaign mass text messages. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4960. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 110 ayes, 13 nays, House Bill 4960 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3214. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3214 by Richardson, relating to eligibility for a master plumber license.
The chair recognizes Ms. Richardson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need more plumbers. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3214. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 120 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 3214 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2145. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2145 by Bojani, relating to the installation of electric vehicle charging stations at certain state-owned parking lots and garages.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move to
I'm sorry. This chair recognizes Mr. Bojani for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone the further consideration of HB 2145 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 6th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1201. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1201 by Manuel, relating to a pilot program to provide Medicaid coverage of doula services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is just a doula pilot program to help expecting mothers and mothers who have already had their children. Let's help save the women of our state. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1201. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all voted. There being 81 ayes, 40 nays, House Bill 1201 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5061. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5061 by Leach, relating to prohibiting certain activities by contractors and vendors of state agencies providing administrative penalties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that will prevent state contractors from spying on you and your families. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5061. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all voted. There being 122 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 5061 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 29. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 29 by Hughes, relating to business entities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 29 reforms our corporate governance laws, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 29. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 109 ayes, 7 nays, SB 29 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 879. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 879 by Birdwell, relating to an exemption for drillers or operators of a closed-loop geothermal injection wells from certain requirements applicable to persons involved in activities under the jurisdiction of the Railroad Commission of Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply pertains to Railroad Commission purview over operators of closed-loop geothermal injection wells, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 879. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 122 ayes, 0 nays, SB 879 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 65. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 65 by Zaffarini, relating to the adoption of uniform rules for hours of work for certain county employees.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, SB 65 allows counties with a population of more than 265,000 to set uniform work hours for county offices. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 65. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 116 ayes, 4 nays, SB 65 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1745. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1745 by Creighton, relating to the name, rights, powers, and privileges of the Cedar Port Navigation and Improvement District.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1745 makes improvements and updates the Cedar Port Navigation Improvement District. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1745. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 123 ayes, 0 nays, SB 1745 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 412. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 412 by Middleton, relating to affirmative defenses to prosecution for certain offenses involving materials or conduct that is obscene or otherwise harmful to children.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that removes affirmative defenses to prosecution for sharing harmful materials with children and for sexual performances of a child. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you for accepting questions on third reading. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
So are you concerned at all about the vague definition of obscenity and harmful contact in our penal code? And for instance, who is deciding what is patently offensive to community standards?
I'm not concerned at all about the definitions in the penal code. Those are community standards, and that would be a law enforcement decision.
Okay. And what about, does this bill seek to limit sex education in schools?
No.
Nope. Okay, so I guess so they'll be able to continue.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would view any of the TEKS or anything that is in the curriculum of a public school about anatomy and physiology or biology or any actual scientific classes about any of that stuff. I don't think that that is an issue at all. I think what we're talking about here is, a perversion and extreme content that's got to meet all three of these criteria laid out in this bill. It's got to be pretty extreme, and unfortunately, we have seen some extreme examples in our public schools, and I do believe that it would affect some of those.
Okay. Well, so would there be an exemption for certain educational materials? You just explained which ones wouldn't be, but
No, there is no exemption for educational purposes to share harmful materials with minors.
but in sex education classes?
I don't believe that that would be harmful materials as defined under the law.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I do.
Gentleman yields.
So, I see that you removed certain affirmative defenses, right? And you left a couple of exceptions that are, I guess, defenses still.
Law enforcement and judicial would remain, and unfortunately, I wish that we could remove all of them, but unfortunately, there are circumstances where something's happened to a child, and a law enforcement officer or judicial person would have to share materials with the child to get their testimony.
But if in the statute, it originally, or as it is right now, it says that these are bona fide, right, uses whether it's used in a medical situation or in an educational situation. So these are folks who are using, right, certain visual aids or what have you in a professional manner as part of their job. And so why remove them and put them in a situation that makes them potentially open to liability?
I just don't believe that there is any bona fide reason at all. I think that the original law in the 70s was very poorly written, and I don't believe that there is any bona fide reason to share harmful materials with a child unless it's for a judicial or law enforcement purpose.
So is that subjective? What somebody would think is harmful?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Is that subjective?
Oh, I don't believe so.
So, okay, so what, because it says community, right, community standards, I believe is, people have different, some people find things offensive and some people don't. So, to me, that's subjective, right? What's offensive to one person may not be offensive to the other.
Yeah,
correct?
we have an entire chapter in the penal code about obscenity, and so, I don't believe that it's subjective. There are definitions in the penal code. I chose not to read all of the definitions yesterday because I don't think that it's appropriate in the setting necessarily, but there are very specific definitions in the penal code. And I will also mention that this test of what is considered obscene content, I mean, there's existing Supreme Court precedent from 1957, from 1973, and from 1985 that addresses this. And so this is, for anyone that's an attorney or anyone wanting to prosecute these cases, there's a lot of precedent on the books to manage this situation.
And so, included with, the what's eliminated or what you're taking out of the statute is you're taking away the doctors', psychiatrists, and psychologists' ability to operate and treat their patients within a certain standard of care. Do you have a medical background to be able to determine that?
No, I think that when this law was written in the 1970s, it was based on a pro-pedophile study that says that babies are sexual beings from the time they're born. And there was a number of laws passed across the nation that wanted to be able to use sexual performances of a child in psychological or psychiatric purposes.
I mean, I think we can all agree that we don't support that or don't promote that type of behavior. Folks that do, right, are creeps, like you said yesterday. My concern is just, when it's folks who are medical professionals, right? Let's say they're treating a patient. Let's say they're going through puberty, right? And they're asking questions because maybe they can't ask their parents, right? And it could require, right, maybe some kind of visual aid of some sort. That, I remember whenever I was in school and we took sex ed, right? I mean, there were some visuals there. I mean, it wasn't like a real actual human, but we did study the anatomy of a man and a woman, right? And so with that, I mean, so my concern is that what if someone feels like that's harmful material? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I understand your concern. I hear your concern. I just don't believe that anything that is truly based on anatomy and physiology or biology would be deemed harmful materials under the law. I mean, it's got to be patently offensive to the prevailing standards in the adult community, not in the child community, in the adult community. It's got to be without redeeming social value, and it's got to be, and it has to appeal to the prurient interest of a minor in sex, nudity, or excretion. So, I mean, it's got to fit all three prongs of this test to meet that. And I just don't believe in any scenario that a medical doctor would need to provide a child with material that would meet all three of these criteria that are all tested through the Supreme Court. I don't believe that a chart showing what happens to your body as you mature would fit into this definition at all. And I'd be happy for that to be put in the journal for legislative intent. Okay.
I mean, and I agree that if material meets those three prongs that you just mentioned, it should not be, right? It should not be shown to kids or what have you. But shouldn't a person, whether it's an educator, a medical professional, have the opportunity to, right, to have that affirmative defense to prove that whatever material, right, that somebody is claiming that is harmful, false, does not meet those three prongs, right? That's the whole purpose of having an affirmative defense, is so somebody can prove if somebody's alleging some kind of behavior.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree, because I think that that they are already covered. The medical community is already covered, because, I mean, let's just talk about prurient interest. I mean, just one of the three prongs. Prurient interest is a shameful or morbid interest in nudity, sex, or excretion. A shameful or morbid interest. I don't believe that any anatomy and physiology or biology or chemistry or anything else that's going on in the scientific or medical community that would need to be shared with a child to treat that child would be shameful or morbid interest in these things. And that's just one of the three prongs. Again, it's got to meet all three, and that's just one of the three.
So, I mean, why not allow somebody, again, right, to be able to, because you have to show, when you I guess, in response, you said you have an affirmative defense available to you. I mean, you still have to prove, you have to prove that, right? It's not just, if somebody just gets off scot-free, right? Versus keeping them in let's say, in a civil lawsuit or what have you, or a criminal, situation. It allows somebody to, right, to get out of it if they're truly not, liable, under a certain part of the code that somebody's alleging that they are.
Yeah, I just don't believe that doctors are going to be prosecuted for talking to kids about puberty.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that there were some situations in Texas. Can you give me some examples of those, of why change is necessary, and why we need to make these changes here in Texas?
Well, I think we need to make this change to protect our kids. I think that this is a law that never should have been on the books. I think it's embarrassing that it's been on the books for 50 years for all of us.
But sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
But you mentioned that there specifically that I think when Ms. Flores was asking you some questions earlier, specific schools here in Texas. Can you tell me what those specific
Yeah,
situations
absolutely.
are?
I mean, I think that there's a broad range of materials that have been shared in the public school setting that I believe would be considered harmful materials. I don't think that every single book that I have fought has necessarily fit into this category. I don't believe that every book that would meet the requirements of HB 900 passed by this body last session would meet that. In fact, that's specifically why I didn't use the definition in HB 900, because I thought that it was a little bit too broad versus what I tried to do in that bill specifically. But there have been books that are radically, extremely pervasively vulgar and obscene that have been in our public schools. And I do believe that some of those materials would get caught up in this, and I don't believe that any educator should be shielded by the law if they're going to provide harmful materials to a child.
So this is about books then, right? Mainly?
No,
Is that-
ma'am.
that-
There's
no?
actually two. There's actually two sections of this bill. One is about harmful materials,
Yes.
which could include books, but could include other things. The other section is about the sexual performance of a child, and so this is a wide-ranging issue,
Yeah.
and quite frankly, it puts educators and those in the scientific and medical
Yeah, I mean,
community
yeah, that's what I was gonna
on the same standard that anyone else in society would have if they want to show harmful materials to a child. The regular person walking down the street, working at the gas station, can't show these materials to a child without facing consequences in the penal code. Why on earth would we exempt a teacher and shield the teacher from the law, or the doctor or the psychiatrist or whatever from the law for sharing these materials that the attendant at the gas station can't share with the child without going to jail? It make sense.
And so just to be clear, my questions are aimed at the first part of your bill, not
Sure.
on the portion of sexual performance of a child. It's mainly
Sure.
just that top part. So the language in here, it also refers to right, sale, distribution, display, right? And if you go further down in the code, it says that a person distributes, exhibits, or possesses for sale. When it says possesses for sale, could that include something like or intended to distribute, right? Could that just be like one book, or could that just be? I mean, does it have to be a certain amount of items that would give rise to that intent to possess for sale? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I believe. Well, let me answer it, then you tell me. You can clarify if it doesn't. So my understanding is that one material, each individual material would have to meet the standards to qualify for harmful material. So if that's one piece of material, or if that's 1,000 pieces of material, each individual material would have to qualify for the harmful material standard.
Okay. So for example, I mean, let's say it's like a pamphlet or something at a doctor's office or something like that. Even if it's just one pamphlet versus it being a stack of like 10, is that it would still fall under that, right? Whether it's one or whether it's 10, right?
I think what this law aims to do is, and the changes that we're making, is to say it's never okay to share harmful materials with a child, no matter what you're doing. Unfortunately, we do have to write in law enforcement and judicial, because those purposes unfortunately do happen in society, where they have to investigate crimes against a child. But I just couldn't think of another reason why anyone should be shielded from the law for sharing harmful materials as defined in the penal code.
And what kind of, I guess, so I'm assuming that, what kind of harm would a child suffer? Was it more like emotional, trauma? I'm
I
assuming,
mean, I think
right?
that there's, I mean, I don't have the studies with me at the moment, but I mean, there are studies that show that pornographic materials and other harmful materials have a negative impact on the brain, and in particular, a developing brain. And I think, science very well understands that a female's brain's not fully developed until 21 and a male's brain until about 25, some would say later. But I do believe that these types of materials cause harm, irrevocable harm, to a child, and that's why it's against the law in the penal code for any other member of society to share these materials with the child. And unfortunately, for the last 50 years, we've exempted a few folks, but that ends today.
But I mean, there does have to specifically be an intent, right? That the person knows, hey, this material is like you said. I mean, I forget some of the language that you use. I guess meets those prongs, and they have to know, right, that it is, material that is very inappropriate for a minor, right? Maybe they're just being creeps, like you said. So they have to knowingly do that, right? It wouldn't be something that's done, accidentally. Like, let's say a child goes into a bookstore, right, and they wander into the adult section and they pick up, I don't know, a book, and they start looking at it, and maybe it's, has, I don't know, something in there that is meant for an adult, not porn, not anything like that, but just something that's, right, just meant for adults to read. Would the bookstore would they be liable for that?
I think if they're going to
it wasn't intentional, though.
I think if they're going to have something that meets the criteria of this law, that they should do everything in their power to protect children from that material. From accessing it.
Well, isn't that the parents' responsibility? I mean, if you're going to
at a commercial business,
yeah.
I mean,
every time I've gone to a bookstore, I mean, all the areas are labeled, right? Children, adult, young adult, and so if a child is, hey, parent tells her child, hey, you can only be over here in the kids section, and the child wanders off, and mom looks, somewhere another part of the store, the parent, if the parent doesn't want their child, wandering off, well, then keep an eye on your child. It's not the responsibility of the bookstore to babysit
parents should keep an eye on their
kids.
children in public places. That's for sure. I mean, we've got a human trafficking issue in the state as well, so certainly sign on for that. But what I will tell you is that it's not just the adult section, and I think we all know that. I think that we all know that these things have made their way into the kids section, and more importantly, these things have made their way into the public school system, where the parent's not allowed to be present, where children are taken into the school library without their parents being present and could potentially have access to harmful materials, and that's got to stop.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it's different if someone is, an adult is showing a kid, I don't know, books or, whatever, right? Visual, any kind of visual that is very inappropriate. That's one thing, right? I mean, we can all agree with that that is not appropriate. But when it's not with the intention to do that, I just don't think that I think that responsibility falls on the parent to watch your child, make sure that your kid's not checking out inappropriate books, and
that assumes that every parent knows
that's the
about
parent's
every
job.
child.
It's not the government's job to raise somebody's kid.
Well,
right?
I mean, these are government-funded books at a government-funded school where the parents are not allowed to have access, and parents are busy working a job and raising their family. They can't possibly know every book that's in the library. I went down that road in Frisco ISD where they tried to put it on me as a parent to have to fully understand every single library book that was in the library, and then challenge the ones that I felt were inappropriate, when in fact the standard should have been on the school district to say, no, we're not going to allow harmful materials into our libraries and onto the bookshelves first. Parents, you should be able to trust that this harmful material is not there in the first place.
I mean, again, I feel like that when somebody says harmful, right? I mean, to me that's subjective, right? And to a certain degree.
Supreme Court precedent.
I'm saying, but to a certain degree, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and remembering some previous discussions from last session as well, right? I mean, that varies from across the board.
I think the acceptable standards will vary from parent to parent, so I do agree with that. But in terms of the law, this is existing law that's been on the books for a very long time, and it is existing Supreme Court precedent, some of which has been there for 70 years.
Well, but you know, at the end of the day, it's like we know what kinds of books that people are really targeting when it comes to this. But one last question for you.
Yes.
Why I saw here too that you also removed, and I guess this is in the let me see, hold on, it's in a second. Why remove the governmental part of it?
Again, we got specific on judicial or law enforcement, and I didn't believe that there was really any other reason why any other adult should have to show harmful materials to a minor or participate in some kind of sexual performance of a child.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
Does
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Patterson. We've got to quit meeting like this. So I wanted to dig in a little bit more to these underlying definitions around harmful material.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I move to extend the gentleman's time.
Is there objection? Chair is none. Time's extended.
So Representative Patterson, I wanted to dig into this definition of harmful material. And as Representative Gonzalez said, she's not concerned with the sexual performance by a child, language you're changing. I'm not either. But I think we do have some concerns around the harmful material to minor changes. So under current law, harmful material means material whose dominant theme taken as a whole appeals to the prurient interest of a minor in sex, nudity, or excretion. B, is patently offensive to prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole, with respect to what is suitable for minors. And C, is utterly redeeming without social value for minors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding that this language mirrors long-standing Supreme Court precedent?
That is correct.
Okay. And is it your understanding, Representative Patterson, that for material to be considered harmful under the statute, all three subsections, A, B, and C, prurient interest, patently offensive, and without social value, have to be satisfied?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And in terms of C, utterly without redeeming social value for minors, is it your understanding that that requires the particular material, whether it's a book, piece of art, et cetera, to be looked at in its entirety?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't necessarily want to push you on exactly what you think meets that standard or doesn't with books, but I do want to ask about one particular book. And that's the book The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. Have you heard of that book?
I'm familiar.
Yeah. Have you read it by any chance?
I've read excerpts.
You've read excerpts?
Unfortunately.
Are you aware that the book is about 226 pages long?
I'll believe you. It's probably why I didn't read it.
There are great audiobooks now, Representative Patterson. I'd recommend it. Are you aware that there are references to sexual activity on only 5 pages of the book total?
I'm not aware of the number, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. So is it your belief that a book that is 226 pages long with fewer than 5 pages that have any reference to sexual activity, and let's presuppose, I'm not going to ask you to go to bat for Toni Morrison, but presupposing the rest of the book does have valuable content, is it your understanding that a book such as that would qualify as harmful material under the statute right now?
I mean, if you're asking for my opinion, which I believe is what you asked, is that I think it's a vile piece of work, and I don't believe that it belongs in our public schools. If you want to put it somewhere publicly where parents can access it, that's fine. But I don't believe that it belongs in our public schools.
So that is not my question right now. My question is, do you think that me as a parent, because this book does not exclude this bill, these affirmative defenses don't exclude parents. Do you think if I as a parent handed The Bluest Eye or a book matching the description I've seen, because I know you haven't read Bluest Eye, do you think if a parent takes that book and gives it to their kid, they're violating this statute and could be prosecuted?
If you could read excerpts from the book, I think it would help me better understand what we're dealing with here.
Well, I think the issue we're dealing with is if you have this test, as we've laid out, as we discussed, includes material that is utterly without redeeming social value for minors. And so what I'm positing, if you have a book worth 220 pages that have redeeming social value, and there are 5 pages with something that arguably on its own might qualify, my understanding is that would not pass this test. Do you agree?
Well, I don't think that that's the way that this would work in practicality. I think in practicality, someone would actually review the materials and determine whether or not it fit. I mean, you're asking me about a book that I read a couple of excerpts on 3 years ago and fought locally, and quite frankly, I can't even remember the excerpts by now. But so I think in practicality, the way that this would work in the real world is that someone would actually read that material and make a judgment on the whole work as is required here, which, by the way, is why we didn't use this definition in the Reader Act, because I didn't believe that it should be taken on the whole. I believe that if a book has one single sentence that is perverse and harmful to a child, that it should be removed from a public school setting. So I can't answer your question.
I know, but we're not talking about the public school setting right now. We're talking about this bill you've proposed today. And the question I have is and let's take Bluest Eye specifically out of it for a minute. Let's say you have a piece of literature that is 300 pages long, 299 of those pages none of us would argue about and would argue have redeeming social value, and 1 page we might argue about. Would that work being given to a minor potentially constitute an offense under this section?
Well, I think, in my view, how much material is appropriate if it's considered harmful to a child? Is 5 pages too much? Is 1 page too much? Is 1 sentence too much? Is 1 graphic image too much for a child to read? But what I will tell you is that in Miller versus California in 1973, the Supreme Court ruled that a lack of value is evaluated from the lens of the work taken as a whole, lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. That is the existing Supreme Court precedent.
And so it is your understanding under this statute that they would have to look at the work as a whole and could not pull out 1 thing and have that 1 thing outweigh everything else in the work.
Well, I mean, my belief is that 1 single thing could outweigh the work as a whole. But, if you're asking me about existing Supreme Court precedent, I just read you the quote, which is, quote, "The work taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, and scientific value." And what I would submit to you, my opinion as one person, as one parent that has fought this issue for years and years, is that I can't possibly see anything that contains harmful material that would have any, quote, serious literary value to a child. I just can't. I don't care if it's a coming of age story. I don't care if it's a graphic novel. I don't care if it's 1 page out of 500. I cannot for the life of me understand how anyone would take that as a serious literary value for a child. I just don't.
Representative Patterson, I'm struggling here because on one hand, you're basically answering my questions with a yes, and then at the same time, you're answering with a no. And so I'm trying to understand how you actually understand this harmful material definition. Well, because on one hand, you're saying, yes, you believe it's controlled by the Supreme Court decision, which says that 200 pages of material with social value can outbalance 5 pages that are maybe more challenging. But then you're verbally saying you don't think that could work that way.
Well, I don't sit on the Supreme Court.
So which is it? Are we following the Supreme Court or not?
Well, the laws of this state and the laws of the United States follow the Supreme Court until they're challenged and overturned.
I sure wish they always did. Representative Patterson, the reason I asked about Bluest Eye specifically isn't just because it's been a lightning rod in a lot of conversations and isn't just because Toni Morrison is such a decorated author who has a Pulitzer Prize, a Nobel Prize, a Presidential Medal of Freedom. Goodness knows how many times she's been part of Oprah's book club. It's also because her book, Bluest Eye, was part of a criminal complaint filed in Hood County against a school librarian. Mm-hmm. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't, but I can't say that I disagree. If I could have I should have probably filed a criminal complaint when I found genderqueer in public libraries, not only in my district, but across the state, that had graphic images of 2 boys going down on each other That should have been never allowed on the shelves in a public school with children to have access to it, just like many of these books should have never been allowed to be in a public school with children to have access
your
to
book
them.
is not, this bill is not about library standards, correct?
You're making it about library standards.
No, I'm not. I'm asking about
You're asking me about
criminal
books.
standards.
Members, please refrain from talking over one another so everybody can hear your debate.
Representative Patterson, I'm hoping we can stay on this bill and not your HB 900 from last session.
You're
not
asking me
anything
about
else.
books.
No, this, and I'm not asking about school library standards. I am asking about prosecutable offenses that potentially put people in prison.
Let me be very clear. If you provide that material to a child, you should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We will start protecting children from this material in Texas starting today and the day that Governor Abbott signs this bill into law.
Representative Patterson, does this section of code contain an affirmative defense for parents?
No.
Do you believe parents should be prosecuted for handing pieces of literature to their children that they believe are appropriate for them?
If any person shows harmful materials as defined under this law to a child, they should be prosecuted. If a parent wants to abuse their child, they should be prosecuted. If a priest wants to abuse their child, they should be prosecuted. If a teacher or a school bus driver or the guy at the filling station, they should be prosecuted.
Gentleman's time has expired. Anyone wishing to speak on for Mr. Toth for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman's time has expired. There was first extension of time. A second one would require unanimous consent.
Seek an extension of time.
Mr. Toth, I do hear an objection. Time is not extended. Anyone wish to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 412? Ms. Zwiener in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I find this a very complicated piece of legislation to sit up here or stand up here and speak against. And that's because if we followed the letter of the law every single day in this state, Representative Patterson's bill would do no harm. Unfortunately, there is a very active effort in the state of Texas right now to drum up fear against books and to pursue people for providing books that do not meet any legal standard of obscenity, either obscenity for adults or for minors, as though they were criminals. Members, a deputy constable in Hood County named Scott London followed 3 librarians around the school for months in Granbury ISD, looked at what books were on the shelves, looked at whether or not they were provided to students, and spent months functionally harassing these teachers, even though not a single thing about those books meets the constitutional standards for obscenity for minors. Not a thing. But that being unconstitutional, that being against the law, did not stop him from making those librarians' lives hell. It was wrong. It was state-sanctioned harassment. And that harassment culminated in him filing a criminal complaint.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for
Does
questions?
the gentlelady yield for questions?
Not at this time.
Not at this time, Mr. Toth.
A criminal complaint against these librarians who were just trying to do their job and educate students and turn them into avid, voracious readers, just like every single one of us should want our children to be. Now, luckily, the DA in Hood County did the right thing. He took those charging documents and he tossed them away because he was wrong. Because the deputy constable was wrong and he was operating outside of his authority. But this legislation is designed to make those librarians and educators more afraid. And it's designed to further the lie that our librarians and teachers are trying to harm our students. Members, think back to your school librarians. I remember mine. Did they ever try to cause you harm, or did they just encourage you to learn and read and grow? We all know what sort of people are working in our schools. Let's not put a target on their backs, which is what the goal of this legislation is. And members, you heard the author of the bill up here. He did not provide a straight answer on whether this legislation should be used to target Nobel Prize winning works of literature being offered to our students in our schools. Remember, that's not just a problem because some of us enjoy those books. It's also a problem for our students to be prepared for the AP test and to succeed in institutions of higher education. This legislation is about bringing fear down on educators. And members, you've all heard from educators in your districts about their various concerns and why people are leaving the profession. There's many reasons, but one of them is that we set them up to be harassed. One of the reasons they are leaving the profession is because we keep bringing culture wars to our schools and making it harder for them to do their jobs, which is just to educate kids. So members, I urge you to vote no on this bill. Vote to protect our libraries and educators from rogue law enforcement and prosecutors who want them to be harassed and want them to be afraid.
The gentlelady yield.
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I yield.
She yields for questions.
Thank you. Ms. Weiner, you seem pretty committed, pretty concerned about librarians. Do kids matter?
Kids absolutely matter, and kids are substantially better.
I didn't hear you mention one thing about kids while you, in your.
Please don't interrupt me, sir. Kids are substantially better off if they have the access to a wide-ranging world of books. I mean, one of the things that concerns me so much about books like The Bluest Eye being targeted is that's a book that supports students who are learning to navigate racism in their own lives.
Ms. Weiner,
who are learning to understand what racism looks like if they don't experience it themselves, and learning what sexual violence within a family can look like. Many of the books that get targeted again and again are books that depict sexual assault. And there is nothing I want more than for our young people to be exposed to what sexual assault can look like so they can avoid it, so they can avoid it, so they can support
Ms. Weiner, you're supposed to be answering questions. You're not here to filibuster.
Would you like the front mic, Representative Toth? Because you're not letting me finish answering you.
I heard your answer.
I'm not done answering. Well, I was almost hoping we might have ruined the microphone and maybe that would kill the bill. So what I am saying is our kids need books where they learn about sexual assault without experiencing it in their real lives. I hear about protecting kids all the time. Being a minor did not protect me from being sexually assaulted when I was 17. And having access to material that shows that people get up the next day and continue with their lives is important for survivors. Having material
Weiner,
that shows
is the
the
amount of
harm
sexual
that
assault
I
in
am
our-
not done, Representative Toth. Having material that shows our students that what sexual assault looks like so they don't further it, so they develop empathy to respect the choices of others, so they support their friends who experience sexual assault, and so that they learn warning signs for how to avoid abusers. Those are important, and that helps our kids every single day.
Ms. Weiner, you don't believe that pornography is harmful to young children?
What I am speaking about is not pornography. There is no pornography in our public school libraries or in our municipal libraries.
Have you read Fun Home?
I have not read Fun Home,
Okay,
but
Fun Home
I have read a sequel book by the author,
Can I tell you
and
about
it did
Fun Home?
not contain any pornography.
Can I tell you about Fun Home?
You may.
Fun Home was in Conroe Independent School District, my district. And it was protected by the prior board. It is a picture of two girls giving each other oral sex. Is that pornographic for two girls to give each other oral sex? Is that appropriate for little kids to see?
We evaluate material for
Is that
pornography
appropriate?
standards.
Is it
You asked me
appropriate? Is
two
that
questions.
pornographic
I'm
to
answering
you?
the first one. What is pornographic has to fall under 3 tests. Nobody is going to look at paintings by Manet like Olympia that show a nude woman
isn't a painting.
and say that's pornography, even if the exact same image in a Playboy magazine might be. Context matters. And so we have to look at that 3-pronged test. Whether or not it belongs in an individual school library is a determination I won't say without the book in front of me, and it's going to depend on the individual schools. This book is not about how books are selected to be in our school libraries. It is about whether or not we should subject people to jail time for handing people books, and whether or not we harass librarians and teachers using law enforcement out of providing books
How
that are
about
completely
Lillian
appropriate.
Duncan? Have you read Lillian Duncan?
I have not read Lillian Duncan.
Okay, Lillian Duncan, to your point earlier, you'd stated on The Bluest, what was the other one you?
The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison.
Right, and how very little sexually explicit material is in like a couple pages, I think you said. Lillian Duncan, the problem with it is that in the back of the book, there's a how-to guide from the Trevor Project. Are you familiar? I'm sure you're familiar with the Trevor Project, aren't you?
I am familiar with the Trevor Project and grateful for all the work they do to try and prevent suicide among the LGBTQ
So
community.
you think it's appropriate for adults to be able to counsel children that are transitioning, that should be talking to their parents about it, but instead it takes you to a website
Representative
where,
yeah.
let me finish my question, where it takes you to a website where you're instructed to put your cursor over a kill switch so that if your mom or dad walks up, it will take you to the prior website that you were at. You think that's appropriate to hide from parents?
Representative Toth, this book is about obscenity, and I don't think your question has anything to do with obscenity.
It's clearly about
The
obscenity.
gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to try to bring the temperature down a little bit and talk about just the legal aspects of this bill, which I think are very important for you to consider. With great respect and consideration for my esteemed colleague, Representative Zwiener, this is not a complex bill. It is a very simple bill. It's 2 pages long. One of the sections dealing with the revocation of affirmative defenses deals with sexual performance by a child. As a lawyer, it is very difficult for me to understand how a legislature in the past implemented or wrote into law affirmative defenses to sexual performance by a child that included bona fide educational, psychiatric, or other governmental purposes besides judicial and law enforcement. It simply makes no sense. It never should have been there. I understand that a lot of our discussion so far has revolved around harmful content and what constitutes harmful content under Texas law. Respectfully, that is not the purpose of the bill. And one thing I want you to consider is, should there ever be an educational, a scientific, or psychiatric or psychological reason to display harmful content for a child? And I would contend that the answer to that is no. There should never be a reason for that. It is called harmful content for a reason, because it is harmful. Representative Zwiener expressed concerns that this is going to put teachers or librarians in fear. And ladies and gentlemen, I would submit to you humbly, teachers and librarians that intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly expose children to harmful content should be in fear in the state of Texas. I know there is extreme concern also from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle that Nobel Prize winning literature should be offered to children. And I think, of course, in most situations it should. However, there are situations where unbelievably accomplished authors such as Toni Morrison will have written pieces of literature, and that's what they are, pieces of literature that are not appropriate for a school-aged child. And I think we as reasonable people should agree that certain works of literature are too mature for children to be subjected to in schools. As accomplished as those authors are, and as important as those works of literature are, they shouldn't be exposed to children in schools. Representative Zwiener in our chamber here expressed concern that we need to, quote, I had to write these words down because I was shocked that they came out of her mouth, show children what sexual assault looks like. That is not the purpose of a school. It is not the purpose of a school in the state of Texas. It should not be the purpose of a school anywhere in the United States of America. We have written many bills this legislative session about sexual assault. I have co-authored and joint authored many of them by many of you in here. There are important changes that have been made to the law by Representative Johnson, Representative Howard, many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And there is an appropriate time and place to make changes to the law about sexual assault. Educating people through pictures of sexual assault in a school is a bridge too far, and I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will agree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Bowers in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today I rise not just as a legislator, but as a lifelong advocate to education, equity, and truth. At the heart of every school and every community, there stands a librarian, not just as a keeper of books, but a cultivator of curiosity. The job of a librarian is to broaden the minds of our children, to introduce them to worlds beyond their own, to affirm their identities, challenge their assumptions, and ignite their imaginations. When we threaten that role, when we criminalize librarians for simply doing their job, we are not protecting children. We are limiting them. We are silencing diverse voices. We are censoring history, and we are sending a chilling message to the very people we trust to educate and empower the next generation. So let me be clear. Protecting children does not mean shielding them from reality. It means giving them the tools to understand it, to navigate it, and to grow into compassionate, informed, and engaged citizens. Librarians deserve our respect, they deserve protection, and our children deserve access to the full truth of our shared humanity, not a filtered version that excludes, erases, or shames. Thank you.
Please excuse Mr. Lambert because of important business on motion of Mr. Ashby. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Verdell in support.
Members, thank you for your time. I'll be quick. This isn't about Republican or Democrat party politics. This is about doing what's right for the children. Every single one of us have a duty to stand up and protect the children of the state of Texas. I just had somebody send me the images of what's in that book. It is the most vile, disgusting stuff you will see, and no kid should ever be subject to that, and no person here should vote nay on that. I would appreciate your support on this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Morgan in support of the bill.
Thank you. Sorry, members, I'll be quick as well. I want you to ask yourself before you vote, are the morals in this country going up or down? If you think they're going down, then there are changes we need to make to help our children. You can't unsee the images that are in these books. You can't unread these words. And so for that reason, I ask you to please vote for the bill. Thank you.
Ms. Pearson in support.
Members, this is not about librarians, it is about children. And as a mother, I will ask you all to go to this book on page 8485, The Bluest Eye by Tom Morrison, the book in question of this entire debate. And I would like for you to read the pages 84 and 85 and ask yourselves if this is a book that you would like your own children to be read to and provided to without your knowledge. Please vote for this bill.
Mr. Patterson to close.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Please, gentlemen, yield for some questions.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Be happy to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Patterson. Your bill removes several purposes, including educational. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are you aware that concerns have been raised by educators in the state that the bill could have sweeping consequences, perhaps unintended consequences that could impact classroom instruction in our state?
No.
You're not aware of those concerns?
I don't believe that there are concerns about that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you. We have some background music, and I'm looking at a document that Association of Texas Professional Educators put together that we had in State Affairs when we heard your House bill. There's concern that literature such as The Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hawthorne, Romeo and Juliet by Shakespeare, and I could think of several other Shakespearean plays, Hamlet, Taming of the Shrew, and others, that could be viewed through the lens of this legislation as being obscene or otherwise harmful to children because of sexual imagery, mature themes, etc. What would you say to those concerns?
I would say that there is no concern that any adult could have if they don't plan to show harmful materials to a minor. My mom taught school for 38 years, Representative Turner. 38 years she spent in the classroom. My wife's a public school teacher now and was before she took a 13-year break to raise our children. I don't believe that the 99% want this material in their schools. I understand the big teachers' unions and who they're run by and what their position is. I do not believe that teachers want this material in schools.
Okay. So you're saying you don't want, and 99% of people do not want the Scarlet Letter taught in schools?
No, I'm talking about materials that would be defined under this bill as a harmful material.
Well, so that's the essence of my question, Representative Patterson, is as defined in the bill, it is broad and it's expansive.
I don't believe so.
And I understand the types of materials that you're targeting. You've communicated that very clearly. So my question is not about that, though. My question is about other works, such as The Scarlet Letter, Romeo and Juliet, Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, and I would add, it's not just literature, it's art. So Michelangelo's David, that's nudity. So
this doesn't say that it has to contain nudity. Nowhere in this does containing nudity in and of itself. Again, we mentioned earlier, anatomy and physiology, biology, other science would not meet the standard here. That's not what we're talking about.
Well, and I appreciate that, but can you see how this is subjective?
No.
That it is you don't see that it's subjective?
I don't see that it's subjective because there's existing Supreme Court precedent, and those are the folks that are going to be arguing over this, is folks that would have to understand what is appropriate to show a child. And I would submit to you that if anyone questions whether it's appropriate to give to a child or to display to a child, that maybe they shouldn't do it. Maybe they should take a second look and say, maybe I won't give this to a child.
Sure. So what if a teacher, looks at this law, or assuming it becomes law, and says, I think this is really about the kind of books Representative Patterson was talking about, but this is pretty broad. I don't really know if I'm comfortable showing my art history, in art history, showing my students a photograph of David. I mean, could a reasonable person say that that would be a concern because of the broadness of this legislation, that it could have a chilling effect, even if it's not your intent, but a chilling effect to say, I don't know if I should teach David. I don't know if I should teach the Scarlet Letter. I don't know if I should teach Hamlet.
I think that teachers every single day as a part of their job make decisions on what to present to their students and not based on a wide array of criteria, including what is age appropriate to show their audience.
Well, unquestionably, they do. And I think by and large they do a very good job of that. But what they do is very much informed by the laws that we pass in this legislature. And if we say they can't do something, they can't do it. And
or they shouldn't.
And correct. If whether I support a law or don't, if it's the law, people should follow it. But that gets to the point of my concern. And my question is, this legislation could be interpreted to say literature that depicts sexual themes, adult themes, nudity, as in the case of David, to say, you know what, we don't think that's allowed to be in the classroom anymore, so we're not going to teach that. I mean, is that a fair concern?
I think any teacher that has something of, quote, adult themes should absolutely think twice before showing it to minors, 100%.
Well, you would agree the Scarlet Letter is very much adult themed.
I'm 42, it's been a while, so I'll have to check that one out.
It's been a while for me too, but I read that in my American literature class, sophomore year of high school, so I was 15 or 16 years old. And it is very much adult themed. It's about it's about a woman who has an affair and is branded literally with the Scarlet Letter A for her sin, and so that is unquestionably, you would agree that's an adult theme, right?
I mean, I think that we could go book by book and go through an entire library. I think it's very clear what this bill says and what the existing Supreme Court precedent is and what this entire chapter, let's come back to the bill because we want to get lost on library books.
I'm trying to ask you about the bill.
I know 20 Democrats voted for this bill yesterday because they stood up for children yesterday, and I'm proud of those votes. And what I will tell you is that it's not about individual books like what you're going to want to make it to be about. This is about materials that would be otherwise illegal to show to a child except that they are within a school. Why would 4 walls of a government-funded school prevent someone from going to jail for showing something to a child that if you were out here on the lawn of the Capitol, you would be arrested and taken to jail for showing a child that same material? That's what this bill does. It mirrors up what everyone else in society has to live under. If you're an adult and you can't show a child this material, you shouldn't be shielded from the law if you're a doctor or a teacher or a librarian, period. This is not, we're bogging down into these individual books, and that's not what this is.
Representative, I hear what you're saying, but the bill is not that specific. I mean, you're removing bona fide educational purpose, and that is the root of my questions here.
Yes, because there's no bona fide retail purpose, and there's no bona fide hot air balloon purpose. There's no purpose.
I'm not following that.
There's
Sorry.
no purpose in society where it's okay under the law, except currently schools, medicine, and science. Why? Why on earth would it be illegal for you in your professional job to show something to a child? It would be illegal for you to show that to a child, but if you're a teacher, you're shielded from the law. For the life of me, I can't understand that. Okay. And let's keep in mind that this bill not only deals with harmful materials, we're talking about sexual performances of a child. I know nobody at the back mic wants to talk about that, but this also deals with the sexual performance of a child. How come if I'm an educator, I am shielded from the law from showing people a sexual performance of a child? That blows my mind. How has that been on the books for 50 years?
But Representative, I understand that's what you want to talk about. That is not my question. My question is about established famous works of literature and art that I think are going to be swept up in this bill, and I don't think you've adequately addressed the concerns about that. Let me just ask you this. Is it your intent with this legislation that works such as The Scarlet Letter, Hamlet, Romeo and Juliet, David cannot be taught in our schools. Is that your intent?
If it is a harmful material, it has no place in our schools.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Finally, last question. I know other people have questions. Who's the decider here? Who's going to decide if someone's breaking this law?
Typically, when someone breaks the law, they're either a police officer or law enforcement officer sees them break the law, or they're reported to law enforcement for breaking the law. They could be arrested or they could be talked to by law enforcement, and then that's handled in the courts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jones, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So I've been listening to this dialogue, and as a person who is a survivor of brutal rapes as a kid, me, that caused me to attempt suicide and be lonely and not know who I could talk to it about, and even, I just want to say this, when I outcried as an adult, there were people in my family who didn't believe me because it was their father or something. Right, but it happened.
Sorry,
and I'm not asking.
That happened.
I'm not asking for your sympathy, but I do want to say this. Can you explain how this bill helps a child who is being abused at home and can't talk to their parents because their parent maybe supports the abuser? And do you want to answer that for me?
Yeah. Let me be very clear about this bill, because I think we need to stay on the bill. This bill prevents the abuse of a child. The only exemptions for the affirmative defense left in this bill are after the abuse occurs and law enforcement and judicial officers are forced to talk to the child about the abuse. This bill stops abuse.
But what I'm saying is, I'm being abused at home. I have people who don't believe me. I want to kill myself. I've tried to kill myself, but I haven't been successful. And I don't see light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm in the library. That is a safe place for me. And I find a book that shows that you can get through this, and that tells me this is how you can get through this. I just want for you to know, I believe you're denying those children that access because they don't have a safe space at home or safe people, safe grown-ups to tell them about it.
Well, let me say that I'm sorry and my heart aches for every single child that goes through that. But there are a number of resources and a number of books that deal with that and that can help children without further harming them and other children and opening them up to harmful, explicit materials that would otherwise be banned under the law. Because keep in mind, I don't see bookstores having an affirmative defense to prosecution under the current penal code. I'm not removing an affirmative defense to prosecution for bookstores in this bill. I'm removing an affirmative defense to prosecution for educators who want to show harmful materials to children, or those in the scientific community, or those in the medical community, or those that want to utilize the sexual performance of a child to a child. That's what we're removing here.
And let me say this. There are plenty of grown-ups who groom kids.
Yes.
Right? They teach kids that this is okay. Kid might not feel quite right about it.
And if you want to stop that, you'll help me pass this bill today.
And they have, no, I actually respectfully disagree with your assessment of that. Because I have a grown-up who I'm supposed to be able to trust telling me that these things are okay. The books can say, no, these are not okay.
They should say that that's not okay.
And when they do those types of things to you, that's not okay. So I think that children are being denied that. I also, I know that Rep. Bowers talked about librarians. What if there's a librarian who literally does not want to break this law?
Yes.
And the librarian reads the definition of it, and the librarian censors, goes through all the books in the library, and in good faith believes a book does not violate the law, but someone complains about that book, and now the librarian is facing criminal penalties when there was never an intention to violate the law. So in other words, we're expecting librarians to be the moral police. Is there an affirmative defense to that in this bill?
I think that there's a million different hypotheticals that we could go through today, and there's one answer. No adult has any reason to show a child harmful materials or the sexual performance of a child for any reason except if they're investigating a crime against that child. Period.
And I'll end with this. My mother worked in the Texas Southern Library when I was a kid. It was her work-study job. And other than what was going on in our house, I could learn about other things in the library. I could learn about other things in the library. And all I'm saying to you is I believe this bill is well-intentioned. I understand that.
Thank you.
But I also believe that this bill is going to catch people up in something that they did not intend to break. And I'm not going to quibble about whether great works of art or paintings, because to me, I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at a kid like me who didn't have a lot of options, who didn't know where I could go to figure out anything. And even when I was an adult and I outcried, there were people who said they didn't believe what actually happened to me. And believe me, it took me a lot of counseling with professionals to be where I am today. I believe your bill is gonna put a lot of kids in a position where they can't figure out how to get out, and they may be stuck because you believe that books that could help us is somehow a danger to us, when quite frankly, it's the escape for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I respect your opinion, and I respect this debate. And I thank you for bringing your questions forward.
Ms. Garcia, for
Mr.
what
Speaker,
purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The
Thank
gentleman
you.
yields for questions.
Representative Patterson, is it your position that this bill will outlaw the graphic sexual imagery of books in schools?
I think based on the Supreme Court precedent that it would have to meet all three of the criteria, including the prurient interest of a minor in sex, nudity, and excretion. It's got to be patently offensive to the prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole, and it's got to be without redeeming social value for minors.
And would this include erotic poetry by chance?
I hope so, but I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that they'll look at examples and make a decision.
Okay, so would another example possibly of a book that we don't need in school be genital injury or amputation?
The scientific classes that we take will not fall. I understand where you're coming from. Again, for like the 15th time, anatomy and physiology, biology, and science classes, that's not what we're talking about here. There is no concern. I'm sure the teachers' unions want to rile everybody up and make this a concern for teachers. That is not what is covered under this bill. We're talking about harmful materials. We're talking about things that are without redeeming social value to a minor, or something that is patently offensive to the prevailing standards, not in the minor community, but in the adult community. This is much more clear than I think what you're stating it is.
Well, to speak specifically about the genital amputation, I wasn't speaking scientifically. I was thinking more of a wife, Lorena Bobbiting her husband, a book like that. Would that be okay in school?
Look, there's a million different examples that we could see without looking at anything. I'm not going to answer hypotheticals about these things.
What about incest? Would incestual materials in a book be presented in school? Would that be okay?
Is that in schools right now? Is that what, are teachers out there concerned? I mean, if we have a lot of teachers concerned, let me phrase this in a way that's not a question since I'm at the front mic. If we have a lot of teachers concerned and cowering down under their desks because they're afraid they're going to have to put their incest materials away if we pass this bill, then we're in more of a world of hurt than I thought we were walking onto this floor today.
Yes, sir. And what about gang rape?
You know, there was a book challenged in Plano ISD that had a group of demons gang raping a woman.
Yes, sir.
I don't believe that that's appropriate in a public school.
Thank you, sir. What about cannibalism?
I mean, we can go through a million different, why don't you just read them all off and then I'll answer them as one answer.
Yes, sir. Mothers eating their children? Sexual manipulation and death? War and captivity of virgins? Menstrual and bodily fluids? All of these are all stories in the Bible, sir. And so I'm just curious if all of those stories also fall under the rules.
You know, I'm going to try to think how to answer this respectfully.
And respectfully, I have read the Bible multiple times, as you heard testimony from Representative Jones. I too am a childhood victim of sexual abuse. Matter of fact, I was 7 years old when I thought I was pregnant for the first time. So that can tell you a little bit about that. But what I'm asking
The
is...
gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, sir.
The question occurs on final passage. This is a record vote. Give everyone time to vote from their desks. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Hunter voting aye. Mr. Louderback voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Jones voting no. Ms. Bowers voting no. Have all members voted? There being 92 ayes and 39 nays, Senate Bill 412 is finally passed. Mr. Hunter for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just a reminder, Calendars Committee will be meeting now in 3W9.
Mr. Harris for an announcement.
Same announcement, but for natural resources, third floor right now.
Members, please excuse members of the Calendars Committee to attend a meeting of the committee on motion of Mr. Guillen. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1746. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1746 by Creighton, relating to the relocation or removal of dredged spoils or materials by a navigation district.
Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1746 clarifies existing Texas law to support our ports and navigation districts. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Morgan voting aye. 125 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1746 is finally passed. Mr. Dean for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 1238 to designate the following members and as co-sponsors: Hernandez.
You've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Berry to attend a meeting on the Committee of Natural Resources on motion of Mr. Raymond. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1238. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1238 by Colcourse, relating to prohibited insurance discrimination on the basis of an insured's marital status following the death of the insured spouse.
Chair has Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Chair, members. This is clarify. So there's a clarifying amendment to extend the same thing, or excuse me. There's a clarifying amendment that exempts title companies, which they do stuff in the past, not in the future, so it wouldn't affect widows. So,
following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morgan.
Mr. Morgan on the amendment.
yeah, like I said, this is just a clarifying amendment for title companies that they're basically excluded from this section. Doesn't apply to them.
Move adoption.
Move adoption.
Mr. Morgan sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Morgan on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones voting aye. Mr. Morgan voting aye. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? 121 ayes and 1 nay. Senate Bill 1238 is finally passed.
Ms.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that all remarks on SB 412 be reduced to writing and printed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1341. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1341 by Hancock, relating to the regulation of manufactured homes.
Chair has Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1341 modernizes manufactured home code. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? 120 ayes and 2 nays. Senate Bill 1341 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 522. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 522 by Perry, relating to the practice of accounting in this state by certain certified public accountants licensed in other states.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 522 facilitates mobility for certified public accountants. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Justice Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 100 ayes and 10 nays, Senate Bill 522 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1532. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1532 by Zaffarini, relating to the information required to be posted by the Texas Water Development Board on the board's internet website regarding the use of the State Water Implementation Fund for Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amends Chapter 15 of the Texas Water Code by removing the requirement that all non-confidential information submitted as part of applications for State Water Implementation Fund of Texas financial assistance be posted on TWDB's website while maintaining key financial and administrative disclosures. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? 98 ayes and 27 nays. Senate Bill 1532 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1378. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1378 by Parker, relating to the powers of certain non-resident sellers permit holders who are also hold a winery permit.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3756 is narrowly bracketed to apply to one specific acquisition, preventing unintended consequences for the three-tier system, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 100 ayes, 20 nays. Senate Bill 1378 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1062. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1062 by Colcourse, relating to the type of newspaper required for publication of public notices.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that permits digital publication of public notices. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 126 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 1062 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Jones because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Garcia. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2066. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2066 by Huffman, relating to the repeal of the Texas Research Incentive Program.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation repeals the Texas Research Incentive Program. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 111 ayes and 5 nays. Senate Bill 2066 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1963. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1963 by Creighton, relating to a financing mechanism allowing electric utilities to obtain recovery of costs associated with a weather-related event or other natural disaster, granting authority to issue bonds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member SB 1963 and strengthens Texas' ability to recover quickly from major natural disasters. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 100 ayes, 24 nays. Senate Bill 1963 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2204. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2204 by Birdwell, relating to the applicability of uniform grant and contract management standards to certain Texas Water Development Board programs.
Chair has Ms. Fairley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that helps the Water Development Board. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 94 ayes and 27 nays. Senate Bill 2204 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1366. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1366 by Nichols, relating to the inclusion of information about construction or maintenance work zones in the curriculum of driver education and driving safety courses.
Chair has Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1366 improves driver safety by requiring driver education courses to include information on construction and maintenance work zones. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 124 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 1366 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2077. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2077 by Zaffarini, relating to the Board of Directors of the Texas Mutual Insurance Company.
Chair has Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, bill passed yesterday to help Texas Municipal Insurance find qualified individuals for their board. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. We have all members voted. 123 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 2077 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1967. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1967 by Hughes, relating to the projects eligible for financial assistance from the Flood Infrastructure Fund.
Chair has Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Chuy Hinojosa bill that deals with projects eligible for financial assistance from the Flood Infrastructure Fund. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 111 ayes, 14 nays. Senate Bill 1967 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1151. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1151 by Blanco, relating to an insurer's responsibility to review and audit a third-party administrator.
Chair has Mr. Wharton.
Member, Senate Bill 1151 modernizes the outdated insurance regulations by removing the requirement that audits for third-party administrators be conducted in person. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 124 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1151 is finally passed. Chair lays out House Bill 3181 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3181 by Dutton, relating to the enforcement of a court order for possession of or access to a child and related order modifications.
Chair has Ms. Harris Davila for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB. Yeah, that's not right. 3181? No. 3181 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1618. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 616. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 616 by Schwertner, relating to aquifer storage and recovery projects that transect a portion of the Edwards Aquifer.
Chair has Ms. Harris Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 616 is a local bill that would allow for 2 aquifer storage and recovery projects in my district. These projects are critical for our fast-growing county, and I'd appreciate your support. I do believe there's an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Verdell.
Chair has Mr. Verdell.
It's an amendment to 616, technical adjustment. Ask for passage.
Mr. Verdell sends up an amendment. Is there objection? There is objection. Oh, it's not on the screen. Hold on, members. Back up. We're waiting for the amendment to appear on the screen. Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the
on
gentleman
amendment?
yield for questions about the amendment?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields
I
for
yield
questions.
for questions.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, the amendment was slow to come up on the screen, but it's up there now. So can you explain more fully what the amendment's doing?
Yes, sir. Just having fun with that first comment. This is to add an additional county to it.
To add an additional county to it.
To the ASR,
Okay.
Aquifer Storage and Recovery.
So you're adding Medina County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the amendment text, you're striking lines 20 through 24 in the bill, which I don't have in front of me, but you're adding a subsection 4. Is subsection 4 in the original bill? Is that just a...
Yes, sir. That's in the original bill, and it just adds in Medina County.
Just adding Medina County?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
that. And it's acceptable to the author.
Thank you.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Does the gentleman yield for a few questions?
I yield for a few questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Verdell, did Medina County come to you and ask to be put into the bill?
Multiple water agencies in Medina County came to me and asked for it to be put in there.
Okay. Did the county itself come to you and ask to be put in the bill?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay. So they're in favor of it.
Yes, sir.
Was in subsection A, 4A, the area of Williamson County east of Interstate Highway 35, all right? Yeah, do you represent that area, or is that the bill author?
That's the bill author.
Okay. And did you need to restate that, that provision because of the striking of language?
No, we were advised by Ledge Council to do that.
Okay. And so why was that necessary to include in the amendment?
We wanted it to be clear that what the amendment was doing.
Okay. Which is what?
Adding Medina County to the amendment,
So
to
in
the bill.
adding Medina County, okay, the amendment also picks up the area of Williamson County east of I-35, and it's
That's already in the original. Yes, sir.
okay. It's not an and standard; it's an or standard, right? So can if Williamson County is already in the original, and you struck it, does the amendment add it back in? And what is the effect of or?
So can you repeat that question?
Okay.
Okay.
You're saying that the amendment struck that exact language, the area of Williamson County east of Interstate Highway 35. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're adding it back in because you struck it?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Is that correct? Yeah. And then what does the or mean?
It means you could do it in either county.
That the recovery projects may be done, right, either in the area of Williamson County east of I-35 or in Medina County, but not both, right?
It could be both.
It could be both. Okay. Does it make it eligible?
We want
It
them
makes
both.
both places eligible?
It makes both places eligible.
Okay.
Eligible. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the questions. Appreciate it. Move for passage.
Members, we are waiting for an amendment to the amendment to be drafted. Members, the amendment has been withdrawn. Is that a new amendment?
I went over. I went there. Because it all. Or one. I know. Or two, but the word both is missing.
This is Cody Harris. I think he's stuck in calendars.
They didn't tell me postponing.
Yeah.
They just gave it to me, and I was like, this isn't mine. And they're like, oh no, it's done.
In this case, the or means. Did you put a joint sheet out?
I think it's in the.
If it does, I'm gonna.
Yes, please. Yeah. I should have that on.
The only reason why is just because it must belong to another bill tomorrow. So I don't want you to think, I know we didn't ever talk about it, but that was no intention.
No, I
want to delay the bill until Monday and make sure we know what the amendment does.
No, I don't know this as I ever forward and just say we're changing one word to another.
The word may be wrong. We may be confused on what the word needs to do. So
It's okay. If it's said on Monday, it's okay.
I just.
Look, he's smiling.
I know, but I'd rather be sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know enough about this issue to say, and I'm afraid changing it this quickly,
Yeah.
might cause us much. It's, yeah, when it comes back.
No, right. I need the SB 1230.
Okay.
Oh, it's the sheet that he read, the sponsor sheet.
You know better than
Yeah, he has it, yeah.
Talk to someone who knows.
Can we just postpone it till later today? Is that okay?
Well, I'm not sure how much later.
I'm sorry. We can postpone it to later today. My guess is by the time we get to it, it'll be Monday.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Let's do that. That way at least they're first on the list on Monday.
Hey, why are there roaches all over your bills?
Yeah. I just, no, and I trust you.
The timeline is right in there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of roaches.
It took me a second. I was like, what's going on? All right, we're gonna try. It's close.
We'll go over there to British Council.
Yep.
And make sure that changing the 4 p.m. is right.
Sounds good.
Ms. Harris Davila for a motion.
Members, we're going to postpone this simple bill to a little bit later today to make sure we have it right. So I move to postpone further consideration of SB 616 until 1:15 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Ms. Harris Davila moves to lay House Bill 1618 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs will meet today upon final adjournment, recess, or bill referral if permission granted in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2156. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1008. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1008 by Middleton, relating to state and local authority to regulate the food service industry.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, looks like this is something to do with the food service industry closing potential loopholes. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 1008. Clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Vasut voting aye. Mr. Verdell voting aye. Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? 85 ayes and 30 nays. Senate Bill 1008 is passed to third reading. Mr. Vasut moves to lay House Bill 2156 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Please excuse Mr. Ron Reynolds because of important business in the district. On motion of Ms. Davis, is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2615. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1106. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1106 by Parker, relating to publication of public improvement district service plans and assessments on certain public internet websites.
Chair has Mr. Vasut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got a script on this one. Thank you for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 2615/SB 1106. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 1106. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 119 ayes and 2 nays. Senate Bill 1106 passed to third reading. Mr. Vasut moves to lay House Bill 2615 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2349. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1172. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1172 by Perry, relating to exempting certain transactions from regulation by the Texas Real Estate Commission.
Chair has Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply ensures landmen negotiating non-mineral leases are exempt from TREC licensing and allows LPs and LLCs to buy and sell real estate without needing licensed agents. Move passage.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tepper.
Chair has Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment also adds people who are exempt from TREC rules to a person conducting a real estate transaction on behalf of a commercial signage entity. Move passage.
Mr. Tepper sends up an amendment. It's accepted by the author. Is there objection? Chair is none, so adopted. Mr. Darby to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Tepper voting aye. Have all members voted? 123 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 1172 is passed to third reading. Next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1926. Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2629. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2629 by Creighton, relating to organization of, meeting of, and voting by condominium unit owners associations and property owners associations.
Chair goes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply modernizes outdated statutes in the Texas Property Code by aligning property owners associations and condominium unit owners associations with the Business Organizations Code, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 123 ayes and 2 nays. Senate Bill 2629 is passed to third reading. Mr. Darby moves to lay House Bill 1926 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Mr. Darby moves to lay House Bill 2349 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Mr. Shaheen for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D, to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for SB 2964, all joint authors and co-authors for HB 569.
Question occurs. You heard the motion, members. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 569. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2964. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2964 by Hughes, relating to an opportunity to correct certain defects in an early voting ballot voted by mail.
Chair has Mr. Busey.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 2964 is a cleanup to the ballot by mail cure bill from last session, Senate Bill 1599, which I worked on as well with Senator Hughes. This is just adding the early voting clerk to the list of individuals that can send the voter a notice. And Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2964. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 2964 is passed to third reading. Mr. Busey moves to lay House Bill 569 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Please excuse Ms. Vaughn Davis because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Garcia of Bear. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1762. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 552. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 552 by Huffman, relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 552 until Monday at 9 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Leach moves to lay House Bill 1762 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 38 as a matter of postponed business. On second reading, the clerk will read the bill.
HB number 38 by Busey, relating to improvements to the Texas Information and Referral Network.
Mr. Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is simply technological and communication upgrades to the existing 2-on-1 program. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 38 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HJR 138. Clerk will read the resolution.
HJR number 138 by Alders, proposing a constitutional amendment prohibiting the imposition of a carbon tax.
Mr. Alders for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HJR 138 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 42. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 42 by Wilson, relating to the amount and allocation of the annual constitutional appropriation to certain agencies and institutions of higher education and to the permissible uses of that money.
Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 42 until 11 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 104. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 104 by Bonin, relating to the creation of the Texas Future Fund, the Texas Future Fund Investment Review Board, and permissible investments by the Economic Stabilization Fund.
Chair has Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ESF is projected to reach a balance of $28.5 billion. The majority of that is currently invested in cash equivalents and in short-term instruments that provide a relatively modest return, sometimes less than that of inflation, sometimes a little bit more, but generally the purchasing power of those dollars is eroding. This would take a segment of the ESF and allow it to be invested in longer-term, higher return investments, approximately 17.5%, but specifically $5 billion. It would remain in the ESF.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My amendment would restrict the state from investing in single-family homes. So what we're doing with this bill is we're allowing the state to take money from the ESF, the Economic Stabilization Fund, or the Rainy Day Fund, and invest it. So again, my amendment says that we are going to restrict the investment of that fund into single-family homes. While I agree with investing a portion of the Economic Stabilization Fund to put it to good use, I would be concerned if it was used to buy homes. We have to recognize that if the state buys homes, that decreases the supply for individual home buyers and drives up prices. We all understand the relationship between supply and demand and prices. We have seen this happen when short-term rentals became popular. The income-producing potential of a short-term rental makes it an attractive investment, particularly in vacation destinations like Lakeway, Valente, Spicewood, all within my district, but also like so many other parts of the state. This amendment would ensure that the state is not competing with our first-time home buyers and isn't driving up the price of homes around the state. I move passage.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Yeah, and I want to thank Representative Goodwin for coming to me ahead of time, and we had a good conversation around this, and I certainly respect what she's trying to do. However, this is a very specific investment policy that was best managed by the board that's being assigned to oversee and make the investment policy, and for that reason, I'm opposing this amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close on the amendment.
So, members, last year, 8.2% of homes sold in Texas were purchased by institutional investors. That was down slightly from 9.6% in 2023, but still well above the national average of 6.3%. There is plenty of evidence that this investment money of the states could go to purchase single-family homes. The bill allows funding for entities that are expanding employment opportunities in this state and are based in the state.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentlelady answer questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentlelady yields.
I want to be specific about the single-family homes. You're not talking about the funds that flow through Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs.
No, this is taking money from the Economic Stabilization Fund, and it will be invested rather than just sitting and not making any return.
So you're saying for the state not to invest in homes, and are we?
Well, I'm saying that the state shouldn't purchase homes that could then be used as short-term rental as part of an investment, sort of like a real estate investment trust.
So not use them as short-term rentals, but they could buy homes for sale?
Well, no, under my amendment, they would not be able to purchase homes, single-family homes.
Under any income bracket?
So this doesn't have to do with any of the department that you're mentioning that works on housing, affordable housing. This is a whole different thing. This is the rainy day fund being used to invest in housing. And I'm saying that rather than having our rainy day fund being used to buy houses, which could then drive up prices, this would not allow that to happen.
Understood. Then maybe my question is for the bill author then. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, the wording of the bill would allow companies like Roofstock, Lofty AI, and ReAlpha to buy homes, and this could drive up housing prices. So I move adoption.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a few questions, please?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
So, Representative Goodman, I think I understand what you're trying to do with the amendment, but I'm a little bit confused about whether or not the state is investing in any entity that is then purchasing single-family real estate, either directly or through a fund structure, a fund of funds, in order to then convert them into Airbnbs. Is that happening now?
I don't know that it's happening now.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that it doesn't happen in the future.
Okay.
But I will say that, as I mentioned, these companies, the wording of the bill says that money could be used in investment for expanding employment opportunities in the state or based in the state and focused on advancing technology. And I believe that could include companies like Roofstock, Lofty AI, and ReAlpha.
But I guess my question is, have any of the state pension funds made an allocation to any of these entities ever?
The state pension fund?
Yeah, or any investment vehicle that the state has. Have they ever made this kind of investment?
That I'm not aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
will the gentlewoman yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentlelady yields.
I'm trying to understand your amendment. Is this about prohibiting something that has been a big concern to me, to many of us in Travis County, in Tarrant County, in Dallas County, and that's investment firms buying up housing? And so, like, for instance, we saw in Travis County a couple of years ago, investment firms had bought up about almost, I think, 40% of housing in Tarrant County. I believe it's higher than 50% in Dallas County. It's between those two. Is this amendment trying to prohibit the use of state money going into those investment firms to buy the single-family housing, which mostly focuses on middle-income housing, and then takes that out of the market so that everyday families then don't have the ability to buy those homes?
Yes, Representative Hinojosa, that is exactly what I'm trying to prohibit.
I appreciate your amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does the lady yield for a question? Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
Would she yield for a question?
Yes.
Does the gentlelady yields for questions?
Okay, just to reiterate what Representative Hinojosa just said, so you're trying to make sure that the market or the pool of single-family homes is left available, and that people that want to buy a first-time home are not competing with a state that has taken up these houses out of the market through an investment strategy. Is that correct?
Yes, that is absolutely correct. That is my concern.
I think you have a good amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This will be a division vote. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. This is a division vote. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. A record vote has been requested, members. Strike the board. A record vote has been requested on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goodwin voting aye. Show Dr. Oliverson voting nay. Show Mr. Capriglione voting nay. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 48 ayes and 76 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to speak against the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Members, let me be clear what this bill is in no uncertain terms. This is a giant middle finger to the taxpayers of the state of Texas. And I believe the author knows this, which is why he tried to have the Appropriations Committee vote on it in secret, in clear violation of the House rules. Let me tell you what this bill does. This bill takes $5 billion that we have already taken from taxpayers, and instead of returning it to them to start eliminating property taxes, it hands it over to wealthy investment firms to profit off of. How grotesque. How out of touch has this body become? Let's go back to the basics, and I want to remind everybody in this body of something that I think far too many of you have forgotten, that there is no such thing as government money. I'm going to say that one more time a little slower. There is no such thing as government money. The only money we have is money that we have stolen from the taxpayers, our constituents, by force, accompanied by threats of violence or imprisonment. And the only reason we have the kind of surpluses that we have this session is not because we have been fiscally responsible. That is a laughable and preposterous concept, but because we've overtaxed the hardworking men and women of the state of Texas. We must do the right thing and give it back to them, not wealthy bankers. And yes, I know this money comes from the ESF or the Rainy Day Fund, which has about $30 billion in it, and not the surplus, which we talk a lot about, which is another about $24 billion. So between the surplus and the fund that he wants to move it from here, the Rainy Day Fund, we are sitting on approximately $60 billion of our constituents' hard-earned money. And keep that $60 billion number in mind when thinking about the measly $3.5 billion that our budget sets aside for new property tax relief this session. And it's even worse when you realize that this bill gives more money, $5 billion, to rich investment firms than we plan to give our constituents in new property tax relief, which is only $3.5 billion. And yes, I know some will argue that higher returns from this fund, which by the way are in no way guaranteed, could be used to lower property taxes in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, this is kind of like the classic, I will gladly pay you next Tuesday for a hamburger today. Except that it's not a hamburger, it's $5 billion that investment firms would get today, and it would be us who are putting our constituents on the fool's side of that bargain. Because absolutely nothing in this bill requires even a single penny of the potentially higher returns to ever be returned to the taxpayers in the form of future property tax relief. Only a fool would believe that's what's going to happen here. So let me close by saying that this has been, so far, the most anti-taxpayer session in the history of Texas, and it is past damn time we start showing Texas taxpayers the respect they deserve. If you vote yes on this bill, you are voting to make property taxes $5 billion higher than they have to be, and you are voting to continue taxing Texans out of their homes to make rich investment firms even richer. This is the people's money that we are talking about giving away, just like good little socialists. Reject this bill, stop growing government, give the people back their money.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for one question, please?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Always.
Gentleman yields.
Did you just say on the House floor that I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today?
I use the cliche as something that is analogous to what we are trying to.
Well,
the deal
let
this
me
bill
tell you
purports to make.
something.
Yes, that's correct.
I think that's wimpy.
I respect that question a great deal.
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
To ask serious and not at all funny questions, if the author will yield.
Happy to yield.
Gentleman yields.
I know you are concerned with spending. I know that you are concerned with overtaxation of our citizens. And I know that during the last primary season, you spent quite a bit of time campaigning for myself and other people who are in this body. Is that correct?
It was my great honor to do so.
And the number one thing that voters are talking about is property tax relief. Is that correct?
Not only is it the number one issue I hear from constituents in my district as well as all over the state, sometimes coming into my office with tears in their eyes, not knowing how they're going to be able to afford to keep their home and property that's been in their family for generations. Representative Money, I'm not sure there's any other issue that's even a close second.
And I would agree. And I would say that looking at the Texas state budget over the last few bienniums, there are a number of expenditures that you or I would not have voted for that are there.
Yeah.
And that we would have rather spent on property tax relief. But also, we have consistently spent less than the revenue that has come in. Is that correct?
Yeah, the state of Texas does have a balanced budget amendment, and because of record high Biden-era inflation, the state of Texas has had massive influx of unforecast revenues over the last few years.
And in contrast with Washington, D.C., that consistently spends way more money than they bring in taxes, we're spending less, and we have developed this large, I think you said $30 billion surplus over that time. Is that correct?
Yeah, close. It's about a $24 billion in the surplus for just this session. No, it's okay. It's a great question, though, because people get very confused. There's actually two surpluses, really. We have one surplus that's about $24 billion. That's what we call the surplus. But then we also have another surplus that we call the rainy day fund, and that's got almost $30 billion. So we're sitting on a pile almost $60 billion high of our constituents' money.
Okay, so in contrast, the Washington, D.C. has a deficit, which is every single year they spend more money than they have, and a debt, which is what has accumulated over generations now of us spending more money than we have in Washington, D.C. In Texas, we have spent less, creating a surplus, and that has accumulated into what is the ESF or the rainy day fund. Is that correct?
It is mostly correct. The surplus comes largely from the influx of cash from record high inflation, and then unfortunately the rainy day fund is born almost exclusively on the backs of an industry that is vital to the state, our oil and gas sector, through severance taxes. So I think we've been overtaxing actually on both fronts.
And so with this additional capital, do you believe that it's better for the people, the private sector, to figure out how to invest that capital, or for government agencies and bureaucrats to do that?
I trust the people to spend their money more better, more wisely, more prudently, and with a stronger incentive to get returns on their investments than I will ever trust government bureaucrats or politicians. Absolutely.
Ronald Reagan once said that the best way to stimulate the economy is to let the people keep more of their own money because they'll spend it more wisely than the government ever could. Do you agree with that?
I 100% agree with those
And
words.
do you agree that Ronald Reagan would also think that the best way, that the government saving the people's money at a certain point is not as wise as giving the money back to the people and let them save it or spend it themselves?
Especially in this case when we've got billions of dollars that, quite frankly, we never should have had in the first place. We have the people's money, and they deserve to have it back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to be clear, we're not giving money to anyone. This is money that's in the rainy day fund. It's money that is going to be in the rainy day fund. We can expect it's going to generate a little over 2% annualized return, or we can take a portion of that and allow it to be invested into longer term financial instruments that will provide a higher rate of return. That allows us to preserve the purchasing power of this reserve fund that we have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Bonin. From my observation, Chairman Bonin, this is one of the most consequential bills of the entire session. This bill could probably have its entire own day for discussion, and I think it's perhaps catching a few people in the chamber by surprise. There are conservatives in this chamber who are going to be trying to figure out whether to vote yes or no on this fund that's being created. And Chairman Bonin, as I understand what's being done by your bill, it's going to take $5 billion out of the rainy day fund and then essentially create the
Yeah.
state of Texas's own private equity fund.
Well, so just to be clear, that's not right. Okay, so the money stays in the ESF. So the history of the ESF here, briefly, is that those assets previously, when they were much smaller in amount, were invested in a treasury pool. And this was largely cash and cash equivalents. It would generate a relatively low return. We then, through statute on a couple of occasions, changed that, and so now about 90% is invested through the Texas Economic Stabilization Investment Fund, and that allows for some slightly longer term, say 6 months, treasury, bonds and less, so that we can generate a little better return. So since we've made that pivot, the TESTIF, as it's referred to, which is all within the ESF, okay, none of this is outside of the ESF. This is investment strategy and management of what's in the ESF. That has returned about 2.2%, whereas the Treasury pool has returned 1.7%. So this is not taking money out of the ESF. It is taking a portion of it, which would be about 17.5% of what's projected to be in it, in saying it may be invested in other instruments besides what is currently in the Texas Economic Stabilization Investment Fund or the Treasury pool, so as to provide a better rate of return.
Okay, Chairman Bonin, I think I understand your response. To be clear, roughly a little less than a fifth of the rainy day fund will be invested in some form of securities. Probably, right?
It doesn't specify that it must be securities, but it doesn't have to be invested in assets that are as immediately liquid.
Well, Chairman Bonin, we need to understand, if the trust fund manager of this new fund that's being created wished to invest 17.5% of the state's rainy day fund in securities of its choice, it could do so.
Yeah,
right?
so, well, it's not 17.5%. It's the legislation says $5 billion. I'm simply saying that is 17.5% of what is projected to be the balance. But yes, it's $5 billion, and it may be invested in longer-term assets that generate a higher rate of return.
And the idea is that the state of Texas is going to become a fellow equities investor alongside everybody else in Texas and the United States, and they're going to deploy excess tax revenue, which has landed in the ESF or rainy day fund, to do that, right?
So the ESF is funded through oil and gas severance tax revenues. This is designed to be a reserve fund for the state. We have pensions, we have the university fund, the permanent university fund, the Texas University Fund, the permanent school fund. We have billions of dollars that are invested for the benefit either of pension beneficiaries or students that are in the state of Texas. And collectively, that is a very large amount of money. And this uses a prudent investor standard to see that the assets that we currently are stewards of are being wisely used, and allowing the purchasing power to simply erode, so that while the gross dollar amount may change, you actually can do less and less and less with that money, doesn't really make a lot of sense. That's not being a good steward of the assets that we have been given responsibility for.
Well, Chairman Bonin, my concern is that the state of Texas, if this fund is created, immediately itself becomes a market mover of the securities markets. It has the ability to literally move the stock price of any company it wants to invest in. And the opportunity for abuse of that is limitless. And so as I understand your bill, there's going to be a board created to manage this fund. And those board members are going to be appointed by the governor, the lieutenant governor, other elected officials in this state. And it seems to me that the opportunities for either self-dealing or insider trading, if you were going to front-run the state of Texas's trust fund or invest alongside it, are massive. Because the state of Texas is such a massive market participant at $5 billion capitalization that they can literally move the price of any stock they want to. Don't you agree?
So I disagree with that completely. If you actually read the legislation, you will see there are restrictions on how much may be invested in any given company or fund or class of funds. There are explicit conflicts of interest that are listed in here to prevent precisely what you're describing. We have much more than $5 billion. We have a $200+ billion TRS pension that we manage for the beneficiaries, who are the retired teachers and public school employees of the state of Texas. And I don't hear anybody proclaiming that we're going to move markets by managing the TRS pension or the ERS pension or the permanent university fund. So this doesn't actually make any sense, this assertion that somehow by getting a better rate of return, we're going to fundamentally change markets in the future of individual companies.
Do you understand that those retirement systems, whether it's California teachers or Texas teachers or these massive pensions funds, they hold equity positions on public companies that are so big that they actually have board seats? Do you understand that?
I understand that has nothing to do with our management of $5 billion in the rainy day fund.
Well, my concern is that this is the beginning of the fund, and I understand that it's only going to be capitalized with $5 billion of tax money. But the problem is, Chairman Bonner, the problem that I see is that in order to generate that excess return above treasuries or whatever yield the rainy day fund is getting now, it's going to have to take a bigger risk, right?
It's fundamental that if you invest in longer term investments, there's more volatility, but there is, on average, a higher rate of annualized return. So the fundamental difference in the current strategy for the entire fund, or the bulk of the fund, and what this contemplates is that with the current asset allocation, there is very little volatility, meaning there's high liquidity. So you could liquidate those assets at almost any time, within, say, 30 days notice, and your risk of selling low, for example, is minimal because you have essentially invested in short-term bonds and cash equivalents. What this does is it allows for investment in assets that will, by definition, almost certainly have more volatility, and so you won't be able to liquidate them without risk of experiencing some loss on a short notice. But over the longer term, you will see a larger annualized rate of return.
But Chairman Bonin, by virtue of investing in securities or investing in longer term investments, by virtue of doing so, the rainy day fund and the ESF becomes less liquid and therefore less available when we have a rainy day, right?
Correct. Yes. So if you're anticipating spending over 80% of the ESF, then I understand you might say, you know, I want to stick to cash and cash equivalents because I think we're going to have a catastrophe and we're going to have to spend, you know, $28 billion out of the ESF at a moment's notice. I don't think that's very likely to happen, and so I think that it's quite reasonable to take what is a relatively small portion of a growing balance and say, let's get a better rate of return, let's preserve the purchasing power that we have set aside. The alternative is to leave it in its current state, which is not a bad thing. We have a healthy balance, but the reality is the money will continue to return around 2%. Inflation is significantly higher than that, and you will be able to do less dollar for dollar with what's in the fund.
Well, Chairman Bonin, what is the investment manager going to charge the state of Texas on this $5 billion fund? And who's going to get that job?
Yeah, that is for the governing board to manage. I don't think legislators should be negotiating contracts. I don't think legislators need to pick specific investment instruments and decide what companies we're going to invest in or what funds we're going to invest in. That's why we've structured it the way that it is, so that there is a governing board and there's professional management. And as policymakers, we set the structure in place, but we don't micromanage the actual management of the assets.
But Chairman Bonin, I think one of the concerns is that the governor and the lieutenant governor, I'm sorry, I don't have that section of the bill in front of me, the people that are appointed by the electeds are going to make a decision on an investment manager and a fee structure that is totally outside of the legislative structure or any oversight of anyone else. The board will make that decision, and we're talking about a fee potentially in the hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars.
Yeah, that, again, that's, I can't fathom how there would be, so first of all, it's incorrect to say that the governor and lieutenant governor are going to be selecting a fee structure. That's just simply false.
That's not what I said. I
that's
said
not going to happen.
the appointees of those people are going to select it.
The appointees will be overseeing the management of the fund. That part of that is correct. And I don't know how you would see billions and billions of dollars in fees paid on $5 billion under management. That, again, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, Chairman Bonin, let's say you did 10%, let's say you got a 10% yield on $5 billion, that's $500 million, right?
That's the yield.
Yeah, it's the yield. And let's say your fee on that was what? 5%? What's your fee on that?
I don't know what the fee would be because I think it depends on the asset that it's invested in.
Certainly.
5%. You'd have to decide what asset are you talking about. And I mean, so go ahead. Let's just say it's 5%.
So, Chairman Bonin, what I'm trying to understand is how can a conservative in this chamber agree to turn Texas into a private equity investor?
Because it's real simple. We're not turning it into a private equity investor. It's really simple, right? I mean, this is managing the asset allocation that's in the rainy day fund, and you're taking this into a place that doesn't exist. I mean, this is no different than saying we shouldn't invest in single-family housing. We're not investing in single-family housing, and that is not anything to do with this legislation. You can talk about all kinds of things, and we've had people talk about all the things that they're concerned about, and I'm glad that we all have an opportunity to do that, but that's not what this bill is doing.
Chairman Bonin, that's exactly what your bill does. I mean, as someone who's done securities litigation for 20 years, this is a private equity fund. And whether it's in publicly traded securities or it's in startup companies or whatever the governing board decides to put the money in, this is a private equity fund. This is exactly what this is. I mean, I opened the bill, and that was the first conclusion that I came to. And I've been looking at these things for a very long time. And so the question I have for you is, why would a conservative allow the state of Texas to compete as a private equity investor alongside all of its citizens in every fund in the state? Why would we do that?
Well, it's a false premise. I don't agree that that's what's happening.
Well, what do you think is happening? I don't understand.
I think that we are allowing a portion of our rainy day fund to be invested in longer term investments that are somewhat less liquid and provide a higher rate of return. We've set up a proper governance structure that avoids conflicts of interest, ensures competence and professionalism, and a better return for the people of the state so that we have been better stewards of what we have under our management, and it will preserve the purchasing power of the rainy day fund.
Well, Chairman Bonin, this reminds me an awful lot of the situation between the federal government and Solyndra. Do you know who Solyndra is? Are you familiar with that company?
Yeah, so once again, this has nothing to do with Solyndra. No policymakers are going to be making individual selections of companies or funds. I understand, you know, you really are trying super hard to taint what is actually a very common sense policy, and you're trying to see ghosts and goblins under the bed and in the closet, but they're not there. It is what is written in plain English in the legislation.
Chairman Bonin, I'm not trying to tank it. I'm just trying to explain it so that everyone can understand. When the government invests in a private entity, they become a private equity investor. They're on the cap table along with every other investor, every bank, every individual, every fund. And so ultimately someone is going to have to be the custodian of those investments, and that's what your investment trustee or your investment manager is.
So to be clear,
appointed
you
to do.
would have TRS, ERS, PUF Fund, PSF, TUF, all of them divest of anything that involved any private companies. That is what you're representing to this body.
No, sir,
And
that's
you would
not what
put,
I'm saying.
You would put all of those assets into cash and cash equivalents.
No, sir.
Because we can't have any state dollars invested in anything that is privately held. That's what you're saying to this body.
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying.
That's actually exactly what you're saying.
Let me explain what I am saying and what I'm not saying, okay? The Teachers Retirement Fund has to fund these future liabilities to make retirement payments to teachers. And as teachers get older and more teachers leave the system, those assets have to increase over time to meet those liabilities. The fund that you're creating is coming out of a rainy day fund, which is created purely by tax dollars and is there to backstop our budget. Those are two different things. Don't you agree?
So it's not coming out of the rainy day fund. It's staying in the rainy day fund.
It's a distinction without a difference, Chairman.
Oh, actually, there is a difference.
What's the difference?
The difference, you can take money out of the rainy day fund, and that is different than leaving it in the rainy day fund.
But it becomes illiquid as it sits in the rainy day fund.
And that's
it's
what
not
I've-
accessible any longer.
And that's what I've been saying. It is still accessible, but there is more volatility in those assets that are invested for a higher return over a longer period of time. So the question is, what's the proper allocation? If you think that $5 billion is too much out of a projected $28.5 billion because you think it should all be in cash and cash equivalents, I can understand that position, that you want it to be completely liquid, completely cash. But what this is saying is we have reached a point where it is not responsible to keep there is a possibility of being overly liquid. Would you agree with that?
Not when it comes to the backstop for the budget of the state of Texas. It's a very different thing. Thank you, Chairman Bond.
Thank you.
Ms. Troxler, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
So I want to clear up some statements that were made earlier. Does the state levy a property tax of any kind?
No, the state does not levy a property tax.
So who can levy a property tax in the state?
There are a number of local governmental entities. It is everything from cities, counties, school districts to special purpose districts.
And how much money has this body put to buying down property taxes between last session and this session?
Well, currently for the upcoming, it'll be over $50 billion, and that's focused on school
$50 billion.
maintenance and operations.
That's a lot of money. Did all that money actually get to the taxpayers?
Well, some of that money has been diverted into the budgets of our schools.
So while I, just like everybody on this floor, is committed to making sure that we have lower property taxes in the state, we are doing everything we can as a legislative body to do that. But unless we put total debt limits on the amount of money that taxing entities can actually raise their taxes, our hands are pretty limited. Do you anticipate that we're going to have a legislation on this floor by Chairman Meyer and others who are working to make sure that those tax savings actually get to our constituents?
There's certainly tax policy coming to the floor that deals with.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Would the
The
gentleman
question
yield for a
occurs-
brief extension?
Members, there is a motion to extend the gentleman's time following this 20-minute period. Is there objection to the motion? Chair hears objection. All those in favor of extending the gentleman's time say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Members, this is a record vote on the motion, division vote on the motion to extend the gentleman's time. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Strike the board. The gentleman's time is extended. Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
And thank you to everyone for the time extension. I'll try not to abuse it. Thank you very much. I think clearly see the intent that you have here. I think that the motives and intent here are good, which is we have money earning a small rate of return. Let's see if we can earn a larger rate of return with that money. That sounds like good stewardship, and I don't disagree with that. Is that your intent?
Yeah, with a portion of it.
With a portion.
Understanding that the vast majority of it will remain in liquid assets.
Right. And so here's the philosophical difference that I have that I'm struggling with, and that is that when you reach a point in your emergency fund that you have more money than really you think you need for an emergency, then at that point, why can the money not be returned to the taxpayers to let them spend it or save it themselves instead of having us invest it elsewhere?
Yeah, so the rainy day fund actually has a cap. That cap is 10% of the general revenue that was appropriated on average the previous 3 fiscal years. So it won't grow in perpetuity. Now, there is legislation that's been proposed to raise that cap, and I don't sense from this conversation that there's a lot of interest in raising the cap at this time, but we do have a 10% limit on the rainy day fund. And then what happens is that those dollars would spill back into general revenue, and then what happens with that would be dependent on legislation and policy that's adopted by this body, whether it's tax policy, whether it's funding our schools, whatever it may be.
So let me ask a clarifying question then. Let's say we're near that cap now. We're near that cap, is that correct?
We're projected to exceed the cap.
Okay. And so let's say we take this $5 billion. It's invested wisely. The Trump economy takes off as we expect and hope that it will. And that $5 billion, just for math and easy purposes, turns into $10 billion in 1 year's time.
Well,
it'd be phenomenal. Okay, but it turns into $6 billion in 1 year's time. We're over the cap. What happens to the amount that's over the cap?
So again, the general, the severance tax revenues that go over, should it go over the cap, it would essentially return to general. It would go into general revenue, or I guess actually, it becomes general revenue.
Is that true even if the amount that's over the cap is held in securities at that point, and is not held in cash?
No, and so investment returns are actually retained.
Okay, so the investment returns then could conceivably continue to grow and build and not spill over into GR.
Correct.
Okay, so we could then eventually have an ESF or rainy day fund that is $20 billion in cash, let's say, and 30 or 40 or 50 billion over time in securities, equities, and other assets.
It would take a very long time for that to happen.
Sure, but in its design, how does that money ever get back to the taxpayer?
Well, that would be up to the legislature to decide how to use those assets.
Okay. Well, I think...
And by the way, we can use the rainy day fund. It's just that we have chosen not to use it in most instances. Now, there have been one-time infrastructure needs that we have used ESF money to address, but because we've been prudent with our budget and have a robust economy, we have not had to draw upon it or use it for recurring expenses.
And I'm not sure if you heard earlier when I was questioning Mr. Harrison, giving credit to this body and this state for spending less than it has brought in each year, which I think is a credit and is vastly different than what we're seeing in Washington, D.C. But at the same time, philosophically, there comes a point when you're saving other people's money and you feel like, well, we really have more in savings than we're probably going to need, that instead of investing that money, I believe, should give it back to the people who we took it from in the first place. And so that's the disagreement or difference that we have here.
So just to be clear, though, this legislation says we're either going to leave it in 2.2% annualized, return investments, or we're going to take a small portion of it and try to do better than that. Those are really the options here. If you want to do,
that's not the only option, because if it's money that we don't readily need, then it could be given back to property tax relief.
Well, but again, that's not in House Bill 104,
No,
right?
no,
I mean,
but-
we are going to have tax policy that comes to the floor where we discuss what precisely we want to do with that. So I understand what you're saying, but again, this is not a piece of legislation that.
We don't have a possibility today, right now, to say, never mind, let's put it in property tax relief. I get that. But you are the chairman of appropriations, and you have to make decisions on prioritizing where money goes. And if you have made a determination that this is more money than we really need in the rainy day fund, that is money that, instead of being invested, could be given back to the property taxpayer.
So the determination I have made, respectfully, is I'm not standing here saying there's more money than we need in the rainy day fund. What I'm saying is we can do better with the money that's in the rainy day fund. That's what I'm saying.
And I agree we could do better from a ROI standpoint over a period of time, but the reason for an emergency fund is so that you have it liquid in time of emergency. It's not to just see how much you can build and grow it.
Thanks.
Thank you for your time.
Tepper, for what purpose?
Will the chairman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Certainly.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Chairman, I don't know if you remember from your Sunday school classes, but there's a little unappreciated parable called the 3 talents of gold. Matthew 25:14 through 13, where the master has 3 servants. When the master returns, the 2 servants invest the money. The last servant does not invest the money, buries the money, and essentially the master excoriates the last servant for not investing the money where he could have created interest and brought some return on the funds. Do you remember that story?
Yes.
So I don't know how a good Christian conservative could not pass your bill and invest the money and receive some returns. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Certainly.
Thank you, Chairman Bonin. I'm really conflicted on this bill because I understand what you're trying to do. I do not believe that what you're trying to do is novel. Like, we do this all the time. The state of Texas invests billions of dollars, far more than the $5 billion that are contemplated by the bill, in a myriad of asset classes throughout our state government, including through a number of endowments, the SWIFT fund, et cetera. So I don't take issue with that. I'm just wondering about what we're investing in, because we specifically talk about venture here, and we talk about frontier investments. Those are some of the riskiest asset classes under the umbrella of possible investments that one could make. Why did we land on those investments for a fund where we would want liquidity?
Yeah, so to be clear, none of that is prescribed in the legislation. There's no requirement for investing in specific assets. There's not a prescribed asset allocation. So yes, the language is in there. It's descriptive. That is allowed, but is not prescriptive.
Now, okay, so the qualifications for board membership also include experience in those investments, right? So you say, hey, you can invest in venture, you can invest in frontier funds, again, among the highest risk, highest failure rates of things you can invest in, and then you want people to serve on the board that have experience in these things. I think that sends a pretty strong signal about the direction of the fund. And I'm sorry, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Just my question is, why?
Well, there's also a requirement that we have professionals who are experienced in the management of public funds as well.
Completely. But why wouldn't we simply say, hey, we want this to be invested in the public, through the Public Funds Investment Act, for example? Why are we specifically looking at venture? That's my big concern.
Again, there is nothing in here that says this must be invested in venture.
The gentleman's time has expired. Question is on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Alverson voting aye. Wally voting aye. Dutton voting aye. Harless voting aye. And Chia voting aye. Leo Wilson voting no. Have all members voted? Oh, aye. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? 95 ayes and 30 nays. House Bill 104 is passed to engrossment. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Higher Education will meet today upon final adjournment, recess, or bill referral if permission granted in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence, Subcommittee on Family and Fiduciary Relationships, and a public hearing on Monday, May 5th at 2 p.m. Upon final adjournment in room E2.016 to consider House Bill 1980 by Hicklin relating to a court order for retroactive child support, including the retroactive child support beginning on the date of the child's conception.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Harless for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Corrections in a public hearing on Monday, May the 5th at 10 a.m. in room E1.014 to consider Senate Bill 663 by Huffman relating to the approval of Community Supervision and Corrections Department's budget and strategic plan, and Senate Bill 958 by Parker relating to the eligibility of certain victims of trafficking of persons compelling prostitution for an order of non-disclosure of criminal history record information, and to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out SB 616 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 616 by Schwertner relating to aquifer storage and recovery projects that transect a portion of the Edwards Aquifer.
Chair has Ms. Harris-Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that we had earlier that would allow 2 aquifer storage and recovery wells in my district in Williamson County. And we did get all of the language figured out on this bill. There was a question of one word, whether it should be an or an and we verified that with Ledge Council. So you'll see the same amendment, and it's acceptable to the author.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Verdell.
Mr. Verdell on the amendment.
Amendment to SB 616, which adds in Medina County. Ask for passage. Thank you.
Members, Mr. Verdell sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Ms. Harris-Davila to close on the bill.
Thank you, members. I close. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Wilson voting aye. Mr. Verdell voting aye. Ms. Weiner voting aye. Mr. Diala voting aye. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Mr. Morales voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 126 ayes and 1 nay, SB 616 is passed to engrossment. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. Members, we've had reports from TDEM of inclement weather coming in the area, so as you travel today, please be safe. Mr. Hefner moves that the House adjourn pending the reading and referral of bills until 11 a.m. Monday. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned pending the reading and referral of bills. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral. Clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
HB 5698 by Bella Montgomery relating to the name and appointment of directors of the Harris-Montgomery County's Management District, part of the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. HB 5699 by Schofield relating to the exclusion of certain territory from Harris County Municipal District, Utility District Number 405, part of the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 127 by Hall relating to the offense for failure to report child abuse or neglect to certain professionals of the statute of limitations for that offense, harmonizing other statute of limitations provisions, part of the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 324 by Colcourse relating to requiring state contractor, political subdivisions, and the state and private employers to participate in the Federal Electronic Verification of Employment and Authorization Program for E-Verify, part of the Committee on State Affairs. SB 457 by Colcourse, relating to the regulation of certain nursing facilities, including license requirement and Medicaid participation and reimbursement requirements for the Committee on Human Services. SB 500 by Sparks, relating to access to certain information in the adoption process for the Committee on Human Services. SB 529 by Sparks, relating to the entitlement of certain municipalities to receive tax revenue from certain establishments located near a hotel or convention center project for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 547 by Menendez, relating to the notice for the health benefit plan issuer regarding a physician's health or care provider's pre-authorization exemption status for the Committee on Insurance. SB 584 by West, relating to the responsibility of consumer reporting agencies to ensure compliance with certain consumer reporting laws for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 619 by Sparks, relating to the protection of persons' participation in healthcare service for reasons of conscience, providing a civil remedy, authorizing disciplinary action for the Committee on Public Health. SB 646 by West, relating to the repayment of certain mental health professional education loans for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 659 by Swartner, relating to the prosecution and punishment of the offense of smuggling persons for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 732 by Miles, relating to the required generators or other power sources for certain housing developments that receive allocation of low-income housing tax credit for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 735 by Menendez, relating to the Holocaust education and training provided to students enrolled in public schools and public institutions of higher education for the Committee on Public Education. SB 739 by Colcourse, relating to the definition of an authorized peace officer for purposes of certain laws governing the installation and use of tracking equipment to access certain communications for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 784 by King, relating to the transfer of certain public students who are children of peace officers for the Committee on Public Education. SB 800 by Zaffarini, relating to the public institution of higher education's orientation or on the institution sexual harassment, sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking policy for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 898 by Blanco, relating to allocation of low-income housing tax credits for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 904 by Zaffarini, relating to the licensing and regulation or hearing instrument fitters and dispensers for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1026 by Hughes, relating to the attorney and attorney general to prosecute criminal offenses prescribed by the election laws of the state for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1049 by King, relating to the excused absences from public schools for purpose of attending on a release time course for the Committee on Public Education. SB 1065 by Hall, relating to the required provision in certain governmental entity contracts regarding the carrying of handguns by license holders, providing a civil penalty for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1283 by Parker, relating to resident safety for criminal activity in senior retirement communities for the Committee on Human Services. SB 1351 by Hinojosa Nueces, relating to the designation of portion of U.S. Highway 281 in Hidalgo County as the U.S. Border Patrol agent Jose Rodriguez Lua Memorial Highway for the Committee on Transportation. SB 1383 by Middleton, relating to the regulation of referral agencies for senior living communities for the Committee on Human Services. SB 1395 by Hall, relating to the membership of school districts local health advisories council for the Committee on Public Education. SB 1423 by Hughes, relating to the designation of portion of Farm to Market Road 2275 in Gregg County as the Bill Stout Parkway for the Committee on Transportation. SB 1467 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relating to the death records maintained by the Vital Statistics Unit of the Department of State Health Services and provided to certain hospitals for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1540 by Betancourt, relating to maintaining the confidentiality of personal information of election officials and their employees for the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency. SB 1666 by Zaffarini, relating to the repayment of restitution for the Committee on Corrections. SB 1681 by Menendez, relating to the annual boarding home facility report for certain counties and municipalities for the Committee on Human Services. SB 1721 by Middleton, relating to the transfer of the licensing and regulation of charitable bingo to the Texas Commission of Licensing and Regulation for the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 1754 by Birdwell, relating to the authority of a taxing unit to enter an agreement to exempt from ad valorem taxation a portion of the value of the property which the renewable energy facility is located or is planned to be located for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1757 by Birdwell, relating to the operation of a rock crushing facilities for the Committee on Environmental Regulation. SB 1777 by Miles, relating to the prohibition on payments of certain group home referrals, creating criminal offense for the Committee on Home Services. SB 1886 by Sparks, relating to the execution of a search warrant for taking the blood specimen from certain persons and certain intoxication offenses for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1931 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relating to the designation of the portion of the business U.S. Highway 83S in Hidalgo County as the SP4 Rodolfo Valdez Memorial Highway for the Subcommittee on Defense and Veterans Affairs. SB 1972 by Middleton, relating to the limitation on rules, bylaws, and policies adopted by a school district's Board of Trustees for the Committee on Public Education. SB 1980 by Hall, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of assault committed against certain public servants and to the prosecution of the criminal offense of interference with public duties to those public servants, referred to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2001 by King, relating to the registration of vehicles, the issuance of disabled parking placards, and certain benefits associated with the registration or issuance for certain peace officers with disabilities, authorizing a fee, referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 2007 by Hagenview, relating to the voluntary disclosure of an applicant for registration of a motor vehicle of the applicant's military status, for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 2046 by Betancourt, relating to the penalties for certain offenses involving county competitive bidding requirements, increasing criminal penalties, for the Subcommittee on County and Regional Government. SB 2050 by Birdwell, relating to the recycling and disposal of consumer energy storage modules, for the Committee on Environmental Regulation. SB 2055 by West, relating to participation in the Texas Leadership Scholars Program, for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 2069 by Zaffarini, relating to the establishment of a work group to conduct a study on the feasibility of implementing an acute psychiatric bed registry, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2075 by Zaffarini, relating to the establishment of powers and duties and terms of governance of certain advisory bodies for the programs administered by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, referred to the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 2139 by King, relating to the authority of the Texas Military Department to negotiate the release or reversionary interest in certain other interests of the state of certain property in the Palo Pinto County owned by the Palo Pinto County Livestock Association, referred to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 2154 by Schwartner, relating to the regulation and delivery network companies acquiring an occupational permit, authorizing a fee, referred to the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 2173 by Parker, relating to the effect of a tax certificate accompanying a transfer of certain property, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 2217 by Hughes, relating to certain election practices and procedures, for the Committee on Elections. SB 2225 by Hancock, relating to the manufacture, distribution, sale, and taxation of ready-to-drink spirit beverages, for the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 2306 by Parker, relating to the provision of adoption cost information by a licensed child placing agency, for the Committee on Human Services. SB 2308 by Parker, relating to the establishment of a grant program to fund the United States Food and Drug Administration's drug developmental trials with ibogaine for the purposes of securing administration's approval of medication of treatment of an opioid use disorder, co-occurring substance use disorder, and other neurological or mental health conditions for which ibogaine demonstrates efficacy in the administration of that treatment, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2366 by Hughes, relating to a grant program of funds short line railroad projects, for the Subcommittee on Transportation and Funding. SB 2375 by Johnson, relating to the non-substantive additions to, revisions of, and corrections in enacted codes to the non-substantive codification or disposition of various laws omitted from enacted codes and to conforming codifications enacted by the 88th legislature to other acts of that legislature, referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 2383 by Betancourt, relating to the employment of certain peace officers of the Department of Public Safety, referred to the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 2386 by Miles, relating to providing notice to a state representative and a senator of certain administrative actions of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, referred to the Committee on Environmental Regulation. SB 2392 by King, relating to the notice of local law enforcement of certain offenses occurring in a public or private school property or at school-sponsored or school-related activities, providing civil penalty, for the Committee on Public Education. SB 2398 by Campbell, relating to certain policies and procedures related to concussions or other brain injuries sustained by public school students, for the Committee on Public Education. SB 2401 by Parker, relating to governmental entities subject to the sunset review process, for the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency. SB 2448 by Sparks, relating to the establishment of the Rural Workforce Development Grant Program, for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 2476 by Nichols, relating to the transfer of the ownership rights of the Woodlawn Water Supply Corporation to the Angelina and Neches River Authority, referred to the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2530 by Middleton, relating to the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association, providing an administrative penalty, referred to the Committee on Insurance. SB 2540 by Nichols, relating to the terms of certain agreements involving minor boundary adjustments between two contiguous school districts, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 2543 by Hancock, relating to the amount of certain revenue that may be used for and the location of state veteran cemeteries, referred to the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 2544 by Hancock, relating to the eligibility for medication of certain out-of-network health benefit claims, for the Committee on Insurance. SB 2580 by Hancock, relating to the definition of the designated law enforcement office or agency for the purpose of certain laws governing the installation and use of traffic equipment and access to certain communications, part of the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2589 by Zaffarini, relating to procedures for a Commissioner's Court to close, abandon, or vacate certain county roads, part of the Committee on Transportation. SB 2610 by Blanco, relating to a limitation on civil liability of business entities in connection with a breach of system security, part of the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency. SB 2623 by Creighton, relating to the establishment of enforcement of school safety zones, providing civil penalty, referred to the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 2660 by Perry, relating to the Hayes Trinity Groundwater Conservation District, authorizing a fee for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2693 by Perry, relating to a role of advocacy and support groups in the juvenile justice system, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2695 by Colcourse, relating to an education program to enable certain students to practice medicine in certain rural counties, and to a physician delegation of certain medical acts and advanced practice registered nurses, including certain rural counties, for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 2707 by Hagan View, relating to certain oversized or overweight vehicle permit fees or surety requirements, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 2742 by Hagan View, relating to the enforcement of electioneering prohibitions and the unlawful use of public funds for political advertising, imposing civil penalties, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2776 by Hinojosa Nueces, relating to the disclosure of certain information by the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2786 by Creighton, relating to the exemption from the assessment requirements of the Texas Success Initiative for certain students who are public officers or employees, for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 2801 by Hughes, relating to permit use by the Parks and Wildlife Department of certain hunting dog field trials, for authorizing a fee, for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 2807 by Hagan View, relating to the considerations when determining whether an operator of a motor vehicle is an employee of a motor carrier or an independent contractor, for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 2844 by Perry, relating to the regulation of deer breeding, creating criminal offenses, for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 2858 by Creighton, relating to the state preemption of certain municipal and county regulation, for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 2864 by Creighton, relating to the applicability of the Texas Electrical Safety and Licensing Act to and the regulation by certain political subdivisions of and installation of roofing materials containing integrated photovoltaic technology, for the Committee on Licensing Administrative Procedures. SB 2880 by Hughes, relating to abortion, including civil liability for distribution of abortion-inducing drugs, making conforming changes and harmonizing conforming provisions, authorizing private civil right of action, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2885 by Flores, relating to the use of reclaimed water that has been treated to meet certain standards as part of an aquifer storage and recovery project, for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2927 by Creighton, relating to a contract regarding the operation of school district campus, for the Committee on Public Education. SB 2938 by Menendez, relating to the verification of veteran status of inmates and prisoners, for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 2986 by Campbell, relating to the use by a religious organization of public school or institution of higher education facilities, for the Committee on State Affairs. SJR 84 by Betancourt, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the legislature to provide a temporary exemption from ad valorem taxation of the appraised value of an improvement to a resident's homestead that is completely destroyed by a fire, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SCR 3 by Flores, designating Bandera as the official cowboy capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035, referred to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SCR 30 by Huffman, designating Matagorda County as the official birding capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035, referred to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism.
Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Monday.